Okay, ladies and gentlemen, day 2 of the Hell Fracture Warlock. We made some improvements, and we're going to be able to put together a planner at the end of the day with a video coming very soon. And there is a thing I figured out about this build, and that we're doing way more damage than I actually knew we are doing. And that has to do with the soul shard of the abyssal fragment. Because that soul shard does actually do stacking multiplicative damage. But you only see it if you get normal damage activated. Because we're going to be yeeting into the opponent, doing billion of damage crits, right? But while we're doing that, all the damage that we did in the recent times stacks up into each other, and then see those 300 billion that just hit there, right? So this is like 200 billion, 300 billion again. It's like you're yeeting it in, you're doing the 300 billion, doing the stacks, and then you deplete all these stacks for one big chunky super hit. So not only are we doing 50 to 100 billion per actual hit, every 4 seconds it also just does this giga kavoom on top. Yeah. But I just noticed that, right? I didn't even consider this as a fixed damage proposition of this build. Yeah, it is. I might actually have to keep that number up. Chippy, nearly hit 1 trillion on my Warlock. What are you playing? Which version are you playing of the Warlock? Today we're gonna have to like push forward. We also made the build faster with metamorphosis, so I'm kind of like really happy with what we're actually doing currently. Apocalypse. What is holding you back from the trillion? Damage multipliers, I'd assume. You're just not there yet, right? Okay, we're gonna activate demon form because yes, we're playing now demon form too. And that demon form does actually make me faster, which is an interesting thingy because now I can actually, with these shadow stacks, reduce the time my evade has, so I can zoom forward a bit quicker. Not much, but a tad quicker. And due to the shadow form itself, I also have more movement speed, right? A little something, but it allowed me to not feel so sluggish with this build. Because that is like something that we had yesterday as a problem marked. And it also does reduce the dominance cost of my skills I'm using. So, kind of good. Still don't have my 5th board. Jeez, brother. How many Paragon points do you have that you don't have your 5th board yet? See that 178 billion that just randomly hit because we just depleted the last abyssal fragment, right? So 4 times hex and then kaboom, pretty much. That's how it works out. Back into demon form. I'm so behind this season. It happens. You get there really quick. Don't you worry, brother. I'm 153. Yeah, 100. Like, so with 100 Paragon points, if you don't focus on glyphs, you can actually activate every single legendary note. However, then you're not activating a single glyph, right? It's actually worth it to do that in in Warlock though, because of how the how good the boards are. Because the Warlock boards are actually truly outrageous in their usefulness. Do we actually get the triple-digit billions now regularly hitting? Jesus. Could you just all not, like, have me not cast? Is the Judgment Spear Paladin build still good? Not enjoying Hamadin. I have actually not looked at Paladin at all, so I really can't tell you. I know that Wing Strike Paladin still works, so that's what I know, and that's where it ends. We will have to do a Paladin deep dive, but honestly, if Wing Strike Paladin would be the top tier build right now, you lose me. Because I never found that one even particularly interesting. But I know a lot of people love it. Like, they love just AFK doing damage and not having to cast a single skill. I personally like to press a skill, and then I like to see the big banging impact, right? So I press here my Hell Fracture, and it does billions of damage. That's what I want to see, right? That's what makes me happy. I'm a simple man. I just want to see big numbers and have a good time. So what we're doing today is we're going to level up our glyphs that we get them maxed out. So we can talk about max damage there, right? So now we're going to spam. See, that's the 151 billion that just randomly hits with all the billions that we're anyways hitting. There's another 300 billion, right? Just got to overload him here with another 300. Everything. And there's another 400. We're doing good, especially considering that I could double this number if I was not playing the demon form. So we could hit the trillion rather easily. But I don't want to do that. Because it's not the way how I wish to scale things. Right? I finished the story. It was awesome. It was, wasn't it? Okay, let's try to get a glove. Because we wanted to craft a good glove today, ladies and gentlemen. Glove. I have a good basic here. This all damage multiplier. That one had... I need attack speed preferable, so that's a bit of a problem. This is a crit damage multiplier. This one had... It's completely random, so I should go down. I have like good gloves with attack speed. You can see we're keeping a lot of these gloves because they might just in the long run turn out like something I really want to have. Critical strike chance. I have good critical strike chance. I don't need chance anymore. 4 ranks to direct claws. This is physical damage. That's bad. Shadow damage multiplier. That does work. Now just to remove everything. Okay, so I have shadow damage multiplier. I need to remove the defensive affix. So first, let's remove defensive. Okay. Then let's remove core stat. Then we're going to remove resource cost reduction, which is resource. Okay. We're down to shadow damage multiplier. We're going to add an offensive affix. That's critical strike damage multiplier. Let's go. Then we're going to be adding attack speed. Fuck yeah. And lastly, we got vulnerable damage multiplier. Ladies and gentlemen. I mean, compare this to my other glove we have currently, which has attack speed, willpower, crit damage, fire damage, willpower. So you notice this is like an absolute S tier super choice. Just starting our day with like such an insane craft is mental. I could technically now try to max roll the vulnerable damage or the attack speed, right? But this is quite maxed out already, so we're fine with this. Then we're going to temper on damage per overpower stack because we have 20 overpower stacks running. So that's mandatory. Until it's max rolled. I won't rest until we have it as a greater effort. I mean, they're going to be my new best gloves. So why are the old gloves bad, by the way? Because they have fire damage multiplier and they have critical strike damage temper on it. Now, 75% critical strike damage sounds like a lot, correct? But if I get 12.5 damage per overpower stack, okay? So you can get 12.5 per overpower stack, and that times 20. It's a little bit more than plus 75, right? In additive damage. Oh, do you really not want to be greater affix? I mean, like, seriously, what is happening here, chat? Okay, I'm gonna stay with 10% for now, just so we can keep playing, and I'm not gonna start yelling at the screen. Okay. Okay, so what the fuck? Shadow damage multiplier. Damn. Oh, that's a pretty good one, I honestly have to say. And then we're going to put on the crushing aspect for that fortified damage kaboomzy. We should also consider kicking out the Harlequin crest, maybe. But that has cooldown reduction, so I'm just going to keep it for now. I'm going to try to get something else, though, down the line. Okay, this glove is going to be used for different builds. So we get a new glove. That should instantly allow us to do more damage. Our offhand ring is actually pretty insane, so that's fine. Our amulet has to get better, and probably this one, we gotta remove the maximum life, but we can't do that anymore, which is a bit frustrating. Because I don't like the maximum life here on this one. I could reroll this to... Actually, we can't hit anything. Wow, that's pretty sad. I mean, we could get weapon damage, I guess. Yeah. That should instantly help. Can it be much higher than 154? Or is 154 166? Yeah. Fine. Will this build be on Mobalytics soon? Yes, this build will end up on Mobalytics. No worries about that. It's currently like a lot of planning and see like how we can max it and that you get like the most optimal version. So I don't want you just to have a good version. I want you to have an excellent version of this, right? And that's what we're currently working on. Let's do a Torment. I'm not sure if a Torment 11 Infernal Horde would feel good or if I should go for a Torment 10 Infernal Horde. Let's give it a try. How did your birthday celebration go? A lot of burgers, sir. I was barbecuing in the rain yesterday. So one person, umbrella next to me barbecuing, you know, a good day. Yeah, so Torment 11 is going to work. Should probably be able to do Torment 12 without a problem, but you know how it is. Sometimes you like to play it this way. Okay, let's summon our circle. We also added the Tortured Wretch for like bonus safety. I like this build for what you can see here because obviously I'm just standing in the middle, right? And I just boom everything. So this is a heavy area build, right? And my best booming will be done just from here. So yeah. And each of my hits does up to 100 billions of damage, so... You say, but Pony, couldn't APOC do the same? Yeah, APOC could do the same, but APOC is also way less tanky than I am currently. And I actually do like spamming a skill more than using one ulti, like APOC does, right? Probably have to like put this here on 2 so we can just spam this a bit better. Let's try this one out. Love great DPS. Honestly, it is pretty freaking fun to play. That was just a 72 billion normal. So we just increased our damage tenfold, as you can see, with the new items. Because we're kind of like sitting at, we're sitting at what? Like 20 billion standards, and now we're just way higher. So the only thing you kind of have to make sure that you keep up is like your Veloch buff. And once that is up, you're just good. And obviously you can click every 10 seconds, you can click the Whirly Demon that he's up as well, right? 71 billion. Okay, so we're almost at the 100 billion standard hits for this. Love to see that. Are we playing the Tortured Wretch? He's a demon, surprisingly, right? And since the Tortured Wretch is a demon, does actually work really well. Can we kill the Butcher? Torment 11 Butcher should be weird. Let's see about that. So greater demons do boost our damage, which makes it worth it. Okay, Mr. Butcher, please come here. Let's see about this. We'll put that one down. We'll put that one down. Put this demon form Veloch on. Oh wow, he hit me. Tanky, yes, apart from when the Butcher hits me. But we still have to take this to the next level because right now our tankiness relies on our skill spam. Because we're currently playing this not with much damage reduction, we're playing this with the temerity. So we cast spells. Spell casting gives us what's it called again? Spell casting gives us barrier, and barrier makes us tanky. but we're currently missing on our, what's it called again? We're currently missing on our Kui rune, which would actually give us more barrier. Now, we do manage to get our life as barrier, so that certainly does work. But it doesn't work just as efficient as I'd like it to be. Because we might be spamming a skill, right? But this is not like the Tyrant's Grasp Warlock, where you're really spamming a skill. So that is something definitely to look at. I'm also not sure what kind of jewels we're running. See, we're missing even 2 jewels for armor or for resistances. So that's something we should totally do, because that's a lot of potential mishaps. Let's see. Anonymous, thank you for the gifted sub. Very kind of you. Congratulations, whoever got it. Yeah, we've just gotten so much stronger. It's actually crazy. Because with 2 little item improvements, we still have to get our glyphs up. I wonder how high now the stacking damage hits are. Because I told you, like, we have these white stacking damage hits that you don't even see maximum stacked up here in these scenarios. Because obviously enemies don't live long enough to get me the stacks proper. Let's see about that. My buddy uses Apocalypse. It's hard as well, but it's super squishy. I think you can also get rather tanky with Apocalypse, but due to the way how Apocalypse plays, you just end up super squishy to a degree, yes. That's just a little bit down to the playstyle. I mean, the advantage here is that we do have a spammable skill, and since we are using a spammable skill, we can more work with Undying and other stuff. Now, again, I'm not sure if we're going to keep it this way, because I missed some damage reduction for sure. So we could technically remove our Temerity Pens and just play completely without barrier and just go full damage reduction. But I always feel like bad playing without barrier. I just like barrier, right? I mean, if you're already having 50,000 life, you might want to have more. Then again, there are support, like I might want to craft like a good pair of pads and just see if we could be tankier with it, right? That's something we're going to do. I mean, it doesn't help that my boots are completely useless, right? Because my boots are not multiplying nicely. Titan's Grasp looks fun too. Titan's Grasp needs a bit more skill to play than the other builds. I will have to say that. This is not like a shade throwing at anyone. But I've seen a lot of people, they struggle with the Titan's Grasp because you actually need to think when you play the build. AKA you have like this demon form that slowly burns you to death, and you need to like interact with it in a proper way to get the most out of it. And a lot of people miss that actually. Like the amount of comments I see under my YouTube video, they're like, oh no, I keep dying with the Tyrant's Grasp. And I'm like, yeah, I mean that's how the build works, sir. Did you not actually watch the video and pay attention to how the build essentially works? And the answer is no, they didn't. Right? So there's definitely builds like what's it called again? Apocalypse, that just require less skill. Sounds harsh, but it is what it is. I mean, it's like stack ultimate, use ultimate, and then just don't die in the meantime. Right? So that's that. I mean, you could obviously always just like play in the lower Torment tier to make sure you don't die. Right? The new Warlock doing pretty good. It's quite the fun gameplay. See, we're spamming our thingies away. Enemies die. How is that not beautiful? Dude, he just got rocked. There's the 336 billion. Love to see it. Random items, but not even expecting a good one. I'm a bit sad they took like the guaranteed greater affix out of this. Like that was the only reason you went for the Infernal Hordes, right? It was guaranteed greater affix, and now it's guaranteed wood. Guaranteed nothing. Eric, there's no build guide yet because we still have a lot of changes to do. So for today, we're using the demon form. Usually we would go for Metamorphosis. We would go for Apocalypse because Apocalypse gives us 100% more damage, okay? Which is amazing. However, demon form gives us 20% more life. It gives us the resource cost reduction, and it puts us into shadow form. Now, shadow form is generally not that good, but it does allow us to zoot faster over the battlefield, which actually makes it an interesting choice. Tribute of Armaments, Tribute of Harmony. I don't want talisman items. I want... Actually, I want greater talisman items. The Necro build works phenomenally. Thank you, Demon. Or Demo. Jeez, it's Demo Necromancer, right? So we have here the Demon form that I can pretty much just zoom faster. Because the mobility of this build is more or less down to walking. Right? It's not the jumping around of the other builds. So we're going to make sure that we get as much walking speed as possible. Also, I just like to exist in demon form. What can I say? It's rather long up and the cooldown is also rather short. So it's like very easy to get back into demon form. Make the most out of it. I wish you could kind of like put Rampage into this one. That would be interesting. We also have to try out if the Abyss set could be better if we already play Abyssal Demon form. Because the Abyss set actually does give us 500% more, 450% more damage. And keeps us stealth, which is actually intriguing. I don't believe it to be better per se. A denim shirt. Yes, sir. It is a denim shirt. Guys, this is a Warlock in the Hell Fracture build. And we're using Hell Fracture as a Abyss skill, though. As an Occult Abyss skill. For twofold reasons. Because you can stack the Hex and then have the Hex with the Abyss Fragment explode like there's no tomorrow. But more importantly... it's down to the overpower stacks. So I'm running around with 20 overpower stacks, and each overpower stack is granting me... I don't even know what we're at right now. Let me check. Each overpower stack gives me 81% bonus damage. Not multiplicative, additive. Okay, so multiplicative would be crazy. 81 bonus damage, okay? And that times 20. Do the math. How much is that in additive damage, chat? And we're still not maxed out, so the important part is that is still not max. Okay? You finish the story. What do I next? War plans. Yes, KO. You just do war plans now, and you enjoy your time doing war plans. So it's pretty straightforward. They tell you exactly where to go and what to do. The only different thing you have to look for is the rewards. So what do you want from your war plans? Do you want to get like bonus equipment? Do you want to get bonus Horadric cube materials? That kind of stuff. We just uploaded a video on grind, in case you missed it, that explains a bit more which rewards are really worth it. So what should you do in the war plan, in case you didn't see that yet. Activate 1, activate 2, demon form, circle, wretch, and then... Poor soul. Poor soul. That was a 511 billion hit, Chad, by the way. Ah, look at this. Look at this, Chad. Everything you can get with one little thingy. If I had a Tribute of Growth, I could sum it in. The challenge chests for the season quest, silent chests are just randomly around the world. Just absolutely randomly around the world. Your damage is low at level 60, 56. Depends on what difficulty you're playing on. Maybe you're playing at too high difficulty and just hurting yourself. The fur is Hellfire skills, but we need it to be occult skills. Okay. So you might be just playing on a too high difficulty. I don't know if you are. Chains of Horizon. Nice. 18x damage, ladies and gentlemen. Just like that. I need to start looking out for that. Oh, that's another Shadow of Haraj with cooldown reduction for Abyss skills. That's kind of useless, but still kind of cool that we found it. Usually I don't break down seals, but once in a while we can do that. Get everything. You have a Necro 1 to level 70 build. I just played minions with a Blood Surge. That's it. I didn't do anything special. It was literally just minions and Blood Surge. Okay. I didn't go for anything specific. I didn't try to, you know, do something outlandish. Literally just that. And it worked like a charm.
Goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
Okay, so that's good. That's 3 more ranks. That should make us even stronger. We need to go for the Helltide and then for the Pit. You know what? Let's do that. And then we're going to actually try like another Pit 100 and see how deep can we actually get with this Necro build, okay? Because the interesting part is the more healthy enemies are, the more damage we're actually going to deal, which is kind of nice. By the way, chat, who of you actually watched our how to craft perfect items video? Because that seemed to have been a wholesale success yesterday. And people were really happy about it. One, 2, 3. Beautiful. I guess we gotta gather everything for apocalypse style builds today as well, just to be able to maybe do something. But before I do an apocalypse build, I actually want to do there's a blazing scream I want to mess around with, and not only the blazing scream, there's also the there's like one more skill I wanted to mess around with, but I don't remember the name right now. I wanted to see if we could actually make the Profane Sentinel go absolutely bonkers as a skill. 684 billion, ladies and gentlemen. Very good. Very good indeed. Shouldn't you figure out the mobility part of the build? We did with demon form. That makes us faster. Now the thing is, the fast comes at the downside of damage. The problem is that figuring out the mobility is pretty much simply down to getting better boots. Thing is, if I use the shadow form, then every attack I do will consume here. So if I have shadow form, your evade, nether step, and your evade cooldown is reduced by 1 second as you lose or consume shadow form stacks. So I have shadow form stacks from the demon form, and then I consume them by attacking, and that will actually reduce my evade cooldown, so I can evade more. So technically, this is really like working nice in terms of like the whole loop. But I feel like I should only use this in certain circumstances. So I probably would have a boss killing version of this build and a around the world version of this build. Because obviously here for the Helltide, it's definitely useful to have the bonus jumps. While versus bosses, why would I care about the bonus jumps, right? Walking around makes most people not want to play build. Well, that's not a me problem, sir. I mean, some people are really just extremists when it comes down to that. I mean, you always have the opportunity to say, yes, you don't want to walk around, and that's fine. But the reality is that in most activities, you're just walking around. In most activities, more movement is not going to make you that much faster. Ah, it's a good rolled Scepter of the 3. But at the same time, it's not really powerful. That's physical. Kind of like the pants we want to craft. Life on hit is really sad. Ooh, I like that. Is Warlock? This is Warlock. At Paragon 100, I struggle to find aspects, rarely getting legendary drops. Any tips? You need to go higher Torment tier, and you should check out the bartering. The mercenary bartering. That is usually the best way to get aspects. I mean, at this point, I got so many pale marks, I can't even spend them all anymore. Like 5,000 pale marks or something like that. And for example, here in the pit now, moving much faster doesn't necessarily improve my clearing speed by leaps and bounds, right? So I gotta kill these anyways, and then I gotta jump to the next pack, right? And then I jump to the next pack, and then I jump to the next pack. So it's not like that we're going, wow, they had life link, or what was that? So right, and then you kill this, and then you jump to the next pack. So as long as they're minions, say like this, sure, Undercity, I agree. In the Undercity, you want to be as fast as possible, humanly possible, because you're pretty much going from place to place. In the pit, realistically, it doesn't matter. And the tower probably would matter more. But then it comes down to, again, are you even interested in grinding the tower, right? And the answer is most people are not. And when I say most people, I think there's a very select few people who actually care about the tower. And then there's many people that don't. So how much movement do you really need? Path of Exile revealed tomorrow. Yeah, how late is that again? Because Path of Exile reveals are sometimes to really weird times for me. And I'm not staying awake at midnight because I'm old. Now, officially. Yeah, see, but Winter, if you care about being top 10 in the tower, that you're absolutely correct. You are correct. It makes no sense to not have movement speed. So you're definitely looking from the right perspective, from your own, which is the biggest problem when you're talking to people online often, because I don't try to consider my own perspective. I always try to consider the 80 to 90% perspective, right? People that actually play very casually in the game, and I try to look from that perspective, right? Just don't care enough about the tower, for example, to even attempt anything. I think I have played the tower like one single time now. Grand total, like in season 12. I guess I dipped in. But yeah. Oh, godness. Oh, that thingy. Oh no, I'm standing on top of that thingy that always kills me. Yeah. But I mythical gear for this to work? No. We have a Harlequin crest, but that's because I don't need the Godslayer crown, but I could wear the Godslayer crown. 484 billion. Would like to see that. Good. I was thinking about trying out if the actual grandfather could lead to more damage, but I don't think the grandfather would actually lead to more damage. So that is something to consider. Right? Is there a known bug with a butcher in the pit? Got him 6 times. Every time I killed him, pit over without a glyph upgrade. I'm not sure if it's a known bug, but the butcher you get usually from your activities here. So you choose them, and then that's where he comes out of. So have you maybe chosen that and you just don't remember? Wow, Jesus Christ, that is a lot of tributes. Wait, I got a mythic tribute of armament from this? Holy Christ, and that from yellow keys. Fuck me sideways. Damn. Okay, material reserve stays, strong room goes, blast wave goes, gold reserve stays. Gold reserve is so important, Chad. Have you been in gold reserve, by the way? It is so silly how powerful that one is. I have been 2 minutes into one. Boom, 30 million gold bonus. It's absolutely silly goose, and I do love it. For keys, by the way, I don't press for the trash button because it actually destroys keys. It's a bit weird. I just got a mythic tribute. Gotta tell the lads, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, this is legendary herodic materials. That would be good. But I'm honestly just looking... Opals and gold. Salvage. And do. Another pit. Let's do a 1-5 to upgrade our things all a bit further. Like how you spell mythic, and that can happen, Yuva. To the best of us. This is where I'm asking like myself if I would need the apocalypse down the line. So because you see how we're doing like almost 100, like very close to 100 billion per hit with the spells, right? So the billions are good. If I would use the apocalypse now, I could double that damage instantly. So apocalypse, if you cast that on an opponent and they survive it, then that opponent takes a 100% increased damage for 4 seconds. So you pretty much like trade your speedier zooming for a potential 4-second super nuke. That 4-second super nuke is rather important because you would go for a 4-second nuke, but in that time you would actually deplete the hex shenanigans, and the hex shenanigans would then do like a massive damage hit after 4 stacks. And that massive damage hit should also be boosted by that 100%. So if we now hit like for 700 billion damage because of our damage hit stacking, right? And then you do this apocalypse fueled 100% super damage boomer, you're getting trillions instantly. This is a new build. We started yesterday with this. I wanted to always make Hell Fracture work. So I believe every Warlock skill can actually work as an endgame blaster. And my goal was I wanted Hell Fracture to function as my main skill, as my main spam, as my source of I rock your world. And so far it is doing that for certain. 105 billion with a normal hit. That's good. Because, why is this exciting when we hit 105 billion? It doesn't sound like a lot, right? But due to the way how the build works, it's then 5 hits that are all hitting for around 105 billion. Okay? So that's why this is so exciting. Since my eruptions are erupting the eruptions, and then they're erupting the eruptions, and then they're erupting the eruptions, and you see how, like, the whole thingy just works, right? So if I'm going to do a 100 billion hit, it's more likely that I do 5 around 100 billion hits at that very moment. Oh, 600 billion. Nice. The first pit 105 we're doing with this build, so roughly a 3-minute pit 105. Feels good. Oh, but remind me that we put on gems after this. Jeez, we still haven't. I'm so sorry, chat. Get the boss. I assume that you two would give me the boss and I don't have to look any further. Thank you very much. Okay, so thingy out, wretch out, demon form, activate Veloch, and then bop, bop, bop. So we're holding down the button, right? Activate Veloch again, that out, refresh, put another dude. So we're using wretches because I can actually spam wretches, and that allows me to just get like a insane amount of damage. Because if I have multiple wretches, they all count as demons, right? 600 billion, would like to see it. Same for these fights, Apocalypse would be better. Right? I would like Apocalypse for the 100% more damage. So again, if I remove demon form, right, and I use Apocalypse, then we get here this 100% damage buff. So you see, like, all my damage in this fight would be doubled. And that's why I'm struggling with, like, using the shadow form as our choice. Okay, let's bring it all up to 50. I mean, 87. I just want to go all in on demon form. I'm almost 70. If you want to go all in on demon form, I'd recommend Titan's Grasp probably, or a big black rampage demon. So there is a big black rampage demon playstyle where you make one big black demon and he goes kashoom, 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 kashoom. I have a video on that. It's super fun. So you go abyss demon form and then you just slam him down on your opponents. It's kind of YOLO gameplay. That big black demon game style could potentially also be boosted by the Chains of Horizon that we're doing here. Oh, I still haven't put on the gems. Oh my lord. Someone send a doctor because Pony's being absolute dense again. But a Bloodwave Necro build, Bloodwave is one of the strongest Necro builds still. Only that it's also now extremely mobile due to the way how Sever works. I mean, Necro is just great because Necro doesn't require like some weird runes or so to gain mobility. Necro does have mobility now. And that's just a great feeling. When you don't have to use like a Ya rune to get the Sork's teleport, and then every X cast you can finally get like a resemblance of mobility, right? Rising Star. Honestly, I've been taking like absolutely horrible boons and banes for some reason. I don't know what it is, but I seem to be brain farting. I can't just care about Infernal Hordes anymore. They're currently, from a reward structure, they're absolutely unrewarding. And since they are like so unrewarding, like it doesn't, like I don't even want to bother, right? I just want to get them done with and not really care. Okay, that fire damage for this we gotta put on the gems to have that not happening anymore. How you felt for Helltides for a while. So the thing about Helltides is that you have to understand the utilitarian value of Helltides. Wow, what a word. Which means like Helltides give you like the Forgotten Souls. Helltides give you the Lair Keys. Helltides give you so much. Like here right now, I'm getting absolutely fuck all, right? I'm getting gem fragments. That's it. Gem fragments. Oh yeah. How great, right? Helltides give you like the loot, and they give you the Forgotten Souls and the Veiled Crystals, and they're like, you might get keys, you might get mythics, you might get like uniques, right? You literally get everything there. And here you're getting gem fragments. And then if you're unlucky and you actually get a shitty one, which can always happen, right? I mean, there's no guarantee you get a good Infernal Horde. You might end up with not even having enough ether to fight Bartik to get like your meaningful stuff. So yeah, Infernal Hordes has really developed to being completely useless, as you say. What build is this? It's a Hell Fracture build. We don't have a build guide for you yet because we're not completely done with fine-tuning everything. But we already like doubled our damage today with 2 new item crafts. So we made ourselves new gloves and a new offhand. But I still need to make a better offhand. So we're going to spend our obolts today on focuses. Because I want one with a greater affix and weapon damage, obviously. Because that is the highest damage you can get, right? So yesterday I hit 3 Hell Tides in a row and I could farm the chest so easy. I mean, it's my favorite part about War Plan, just chaining Hell Tides. This build easy to do. Well, so you need to have the Tethamit's spine. That would be the weapon. Because the weapon makes your Hell Fractures erupt in 3 every 3rd cast. So you do 1, 2, triple fracture, 1, 2, triple fracture, 1, 2, triple fracture. This leads to an amount of fractures that you otherwise don't get, and therefore you're going to be missing out on tons of DPS. So yeah, it's 1, 2, triple fracture. Okay, very important. And then you technically want the Hemat Stone as your amulet. But you could actually get it away without playing it. It's just a good thing to have. It's not a requirement, per se. What you need is the Chains of Horizon set. The Chains of Horizon set summons all 5 specific demons. All 4 Soul Shard demons. And gives you like 30% more damage for each of them. So that's already 120% more damage, plus the 200% more damage you're anyways getting then for using Veloch. And we're getting our overpower stacks and everything looks pretty nasty. Ow, finally died. Did you also do trading to get gold? No. Gold is not too complicated to get. It's just a bit tedious to get. There are multiple ways how to actually get good gold. For example, you could play a Gold Reserve Nightmare Dungeon. And on Torment 12, a Gold Reserve Nightmare Dungeon gives per chest 15 million gold. And that is actually without running a bonus gold talisman, because if you get that 900% gold bonus talisman, then you pretty much do one of these Gold Reserves dungeons and go out with like 200 to 400 million gold. So it is relatively easy to get the gold once you have figured out how it actually works, right? Obviously, you can just trade. Okay, so you find a good item, you trade it for like a few billion gold, and you're good to go. But I assume most people don't actually want to trade. I'll just be so free to make this assumption. Most people want to play the game. I mean, now that we have the Horadric Cube, now that trading is essentially very optional, right? Unless you're really trying to get top pit leaderboard, trading is extremely optional. I assume that most people really don't want to be bothered, right? Or guy. Or other guy. Or final guy. Because I had a white pair of ancestral gloves with X35 shadow damage. I was going to build up and accidentally salvage them. First thing you do, step number 1, always favorite an item. Okay? Come on. Basic 101. Favorite that shit. We don't want to happen it to you ever again. Okay, gems. John. So, but don't worry, my friend. We made these gloves this morning. Vulnerable damage, crit damage, shadow damage multiplier, damage per overpower stack. We made these beautiful monsters. This very morning. Couldn't be happier. You know what? Let's do one nightmare dungeon that says... did I not have a gem reserve one? I had a material reserve. Where was it? I had a gem reserve one. I think on my other character. I wanted to change runes as well. I can't change the runes, John. That's the problem. I want to, but I can't. Aura, thank you for your Prime support. Aura, very good to see you there. That's kind of you. So we got here the materials gem reserve. Because gem reserve pretty much drops every single gem, but on Torment 12, quite copious amounts. Now, I'm not sure if the Warlock build is ready for Torment 12, but considering we're doing 50 billion damage per hit, I guess we should be. Lunatic Warlock is pretty fun, not gonna lie. I saw Lunatic Warlock, and it's definitely a cute one, and it works very well. I will have to, like, make a video of all these crazy Warlock builds and kind of, like, wrap them up together. Because they have been quite some cool findings, and you just don't have the time to, like, make every single one of these builds. Oh, I just opened this on Torment 11. Mistakes were made. It's okay, I guess. I'm finally enjoying Nightmare Dungeons as well. I mean, war plans force you to anyways go into Nightmare Dungeons, so it would be stupid to then not go into Nightmare Dungeons, right? But if you already have to go, like, no one says you can't make the most out of it, right? So, for example, I know Gold Reserve is insane, so if I have to go into a Nightmare Dungeon, I will go into a Gold Reserve Nightmare Dungeon. If I have to go into a Nightmare Dungeon, I'll open up a Material Reserve, right? I'll never just go into a normal Nightmare Dungeon. Why would I do that? Like, I don't have them, like, don't let them open it, right? Just choose whatever amplifies you're looking for the most. Okay, let's see how many fragments. Ah, that's a lot. Like it. On Torment 12, it would be like even more. That's why you kind of like the highest Torment tier you can do this in, do it in. Extremely useful. See, again, big banger, and again, big banger. So there's 1,000 fragments per. That's just very beautiful. Is Echoing Hatred worth it for the loot? I just recently unlocked it, but I haven't actually gone into the Echoing Hatred because I wanted to like really make the build here excel before I then move my booty into Echoing Hatred. I mean, so far I could do the Necromancer for it. I could do the Tiny's Grasp, but I wanted to, you know, get this one here cooking. And then be ready. Oh wow, really? I mean, clearing out a shrine is obviously like nothing easy ever done, right? I wish they would spawn faster so we could kill even more. A ton of great loot drops, yeah, but I can't shake the feeling and feel like, why would I waste my time with echoing hatred when I could just do other shenanigans, right? Just like everything that you're gated, everything that you're bound into, just mostly feels like it's going to develop into a waste of time. Which sounds so bad, right? Why would an activity be a waste of time? But it's just like everything that's really like a Legion event, for example. Legion event also has you stuck for time X somewhere, and you can't increase the efficiency of it, right? Thank you so much for your videos on your YouTube channel. I love you guys. Thank you, my friend. I feel like I'm slacking a bit, though, because I woke up this morning and the other creators all put out like 4 videos per day on top of their 12-hour streams. I'm like, geez, am I even taking this job serious? I've been hustling, you know? Oh, poor boss. So I made like tons of fragments now, considering that I was almost out of fragments, and now we have enough to like make even more of things. That's just extremely useful. Okay, back to the Helltide, where we belong. How do you feel about Druid this season? I can't wait for boulder, because so what changed about boulder Druid? Sick. Boulder Druid now says whenever you have 5 boulders rotating around you, and whenever one boulder disappears, it explodes. But that explosion actually does massive damage. So you're now officially running, spamming boulder, but by spamming boulder, you're making them explode. So the meat grinder, the official so-called meat grinder build, is now a meat grinder plus explosion build. So it has the best of both worlds. It has zoom and boom. That's actually the new name, probably. And you know, that's probably their new name. Because it's now a zoom and boom build. Like, seriously. I'm not even following your guides, but I love your streams. Thank you, sir. I mean, I don't expect everyone to follow the guides, right? They're just there to give you ideas, right? I'm more than happy if you look at them and get some inspiration for your own mad schemes you're cooking up, right? That's the only thing I can hope for. So I don't actually have to move. I just have to like look out that I'm not standing like in fire. But otherwise, I'll just like AFK, wave my mouse around, and cause carnage. Why do I prefer this over Apocalypse? Because I can actually do something, right? It's not just like waiting for Apocalypse trigger, waiting for Apocalypse trigger. It's like... Visual clarity, non-existent. What is this visual clarity you keep talking about? It's gonna be interesting with boulder, because boulder has like insane visual clarity, because you pretty much just have like these boulders rotating around you, but that's about it, right? There's nothing else going on, just that. I'm trying Storm Druid. It's crazy too. Yeah, I heard that Storm is stacking extremely well. Storm, like Werewolf, seems to be doing really good. There seems to be Storm Poison stuff that I have, like, witnessed shortly. But my first thing is going to be Boulder, definitely. It's just from like, if I consider all the activities, okay, like, you got to think about what are the activities we're doing right now, right? We're doing Nightmare Dungeons, we're doing Helltides, we're doing Undercity quite a lot. So all these activities where you actually have to run a lot. And if I can play a build that pretty much has very high movement speed and can cast while he's running, yeah. Seems like that could kind of work. Hello? Oh, this should give me so much cinder. Look at the cinder, chat. Look at the cinder. It's so crazy. I just like, how much was that just here? You know? How much cinder was that? The answer is yes. Yes, chat. Yes. Mage seems overtuned today, this season, so I'm not too interested in Mage. But I've seen that it looks cool. It probably plays cool, but it just seems overtuned, so I kind of lost interest. Like, playing overtuned builds is usually not much fun, unless they're actually functionally fun to play, right? Okay, could I stop getting invaded? I mean, look at the amount of cinders that we're getting here, Chan. What is this? I just wanted to leave the Helltide, you know? I was good. I wanted to leave. I didn't want to keep looting chests. And the Helltide is like, no, listen, Hellworm, oh, Hellworm, oh, Hellworm, oh. Like, no, listen, I need to leave. My planet needs me. Like, no, Hellworm, oh. What the fuck? Just let me go. Oh, the video overflowed to the right. Thank you very much for telling me. It's like a weird thing with my capture card. One day out right Elgato and just complain. I played Paladin for this season. How's Paladin, sir? The best part about the build here is we have really no ramping, because once I press my demon skill, like, my damage is instantly there, right? I get my overpower stacks and everything is fine. It's actually quite relaxing. But the Hellworms get annoying. The thing about Hellworms is either you never have them, or they're just keep coming, right? It's like not a single Hellworm forever, and then it's like always, and more and more and more and more. Let's try 110. I mean, what means try 110? I know I can do 110, but let's do 110. You made a video on this build? No, not yet. We wanted today to, like, really escalate this build to the max. I mean, as you can see, we're doing well on that front. We pretty much started the day with like 40 billion hits, and now we're at 80 to 100 billion hits. We're also still trialing the Tortured Wretch. Why are we playing the Wretch? Because in a lot of scenarios, you can just put the Wretch down very nicely. Also, we could put up multiple of the Wretch, which is generally a good thing. That lightning killed me, by the way. How much lightning resistance do we have? Ah, yeah, none. Great. So you can put down multiple of these Wretch, and each Wretch is a greater demon. God, that lightning damage is just going on my nerves. Each Wretch is a greater demon, and each greater demon is a 30% damage multiplier. Now, if I only had the dominance to pull this off, like the only thing that's missing. So I have dominance, right? But I mostly need to use it for my Veloch. I can't waste it for other stuff. That's my biggest damage multiplier. The thing's still about if the Wretch is actually worth it. Or if we just want to put the movement skill in, right? Wow. Okay, Pit 110 is doing elemental damage too much to me, or enemies are just too annoying right now. That one would have instantly killed me, FY. Okay. Okay. I'm still trying to perfect the Mega Lunatic build. The Mega Lunatic build seems to be working surprisingly well. I have seen now quite some iterations of it. And I'm happy that the item is not a dud, right? I mean, one would assume that if they make something like the Mega Lunatic build, they actually thought about a possible build with this. It's good to see it actually works. So you can have your Lunatics do, I think they're going up to billions of damage. It's kind of cool to see. Just think about it. Like, 7 lunatics do that much is nifty. The problem right now is I need to cast my Veloch, but we were out of dominance to cast him. And my demon form helps a bit with that because it reduces dominance cost. Which is good. But I wonder if we could just say goodbye to the Wretch and turn him into a movement skill. And we could put the nether step in just like that if we wanted to. Right? Could be something. And we put the nether step in, then we wouldn't need the... Then we wouldn't need the stupid boots anymore that we're playing. Right now we have evade as nether step, but if I actually have nether step, then I wouldn't need evade as nether step. Necromant is S tier right now. I thought S tier is blood. Wait, there can be multiple S tier builds, sir. You also got to consider S tier for what? Okay. So do you now look at overall? Oh, I am stuck. Do you now look at overall performance throughout the game for every single activity, or are you just looking for boss killing, pit pushing, tower blasting? Because right now, when you look at tier performances, it often just takes into account actual damage. But the problem that tier lists don't take into account is how does the build feel to play? How easy it is to make the build extremely tanky, right? It's something that tier lists do not ever take into consideration. So you're gonna get an S tier build that's absolutely terrible to play, for example. That is terrible to scale, that unless you get the perfect items, you won't even remotely get the proper damage for and with. So, is that really an S tier build? Right? Something to potentially consider. Goodness, what did you hit me with? You hit me with something, I just don't know what. Yeah, for this, I really want the apocalypse damage doubling right now. So we're doing like reasonable damage, right? 555 billion and that kind of stuff. We're very happy. But I like to have the apocalypse damage doubling, for sure. At least in the later pit tiers here right now. Because like obviously the movement there is completely useless. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna kick the wretch out. We're gonna change the wretch for the movement skill. And then we should be good. I mean, right now at the start of the fight, I can, for example, summon the wretch one single time. So it would more or less be up for the time being. But is that what we're looking for, right? That's one single 30% bonus damage. Oh, he just died. Two, three. 1, 2, 3. And that one as well. Get out of here. I just got Ancestral Grandfather to drop from Lord Z. Is that rare? Just sad I'm Paladin. Well, it is as rare as any other mythic, sir. but it feels amazing to get Mythic, so congratulations. You did everything right. Okay, let's pull the points out of this one again. Let's put it in here, but just 1 point because more points is useless, right? We don't want this. We just need the... Annihilation. We still have this. The max cast right away. I have another step. But we don't need one of the specialties because it's just going to take our nether summon with us. Let's remove the reg. That would allow me to put the reg out. Play the jumping. We could use the blazing scream. We could... We need it as a summon to rotate around us. That's just a must. Means I got 18 points to just zoom into random things. 15 points to just zoom into random things. Problem is this just does absolutely nothing if I put points into... I have points that I don't need because they don't do a single thing for us. We do the sigil summons, but the problem is that the sigil summons doesn't actually do any damage, so that's also useless. I mean, I might as well just invest that into the apocalypse, I guess. Right? Yeah, worst case scenario, apocalypse. Even though I don't need it. Okay. Oh, new war plan. Salvage. Salvage, but I can't get there. I'm looking for the keys, so I'm currently horny for keys, Chad. Robbery. That would be an infernal horde again. Okay, cleanse the pit. Let's do another 110. I don't need the footfalls. I could make better boots. Do I have movement boots? I need boots with movement then. Yeah, I had these with movement speed. I remember. Now the only thing that we need to remove is... Oh shit, I can't. Wait. Focus reroll, chaotic reroll. Chaotic reroll. I need to reroll the core stats, so I don't want the rampage. I don't want the willpower. I don't want the... Shit. I cannot remove the mobility. The mobility might remove the maximum of 8 charge. It might also remove the movement. I can't do that. I have other boots. And they had movement speed. Let's try to craft with them. So for now. Because I can remove the dodge chan. I can remove the core stat. So core stat gone. What's dodge chance? Is dodge chance a utility? What's dodge chance count as? can add a defensive one. Because well, actually, I could add a resistance one. And then I could re-roll the resistance one. Yeah, you know what? I can add a affix, and it's a resistance affix. And it's cold resistance. But now I can do focus re-roll on that if it resistance affix and try to get all resistance. Right? So I can just fizz. A fizz resistance add is like 5,000. But no, I need all resistance. See, this is like kind of how you can force that. Wait, actually, I can't get all resistance. Because all resistance is the defensive aspect. Yep. So fizz it is. It is a bit weird, but yeah, all resistance is in fact actually a defensive aspect. That is not possible to get rolled from the resistance. As you can like vividly see here, right? We're gonna just roll until we have physical resistance now. I wish it wouldn't like make the item disappear, right? Because this is like adding bonus time that I just have to wait every single time. If then the physical resistance comes out of it. And then we're going to re-roll the dodge chance into... armor. And you would think that's actually easy, right? Right, Chad? Right? Resistance to all elements. I guess. These are not the boots you're looking for, but these are the boots that we've gotten right now. I would have liked to get some armor, but I guess I'll take what I can get. What can we temper on? Movement speed. Basic idea is to really get so much movement speed that we're smoothing, that we're flying. Oh goodness, I don't have the Forgotten Souls, chat. I don't have the Forgotten Souls. If I get 41%, I should be, if I get the max row, I should be happy. 670 resistance to all elements. You know what? I like this. These are not bad boots. I mean, they instantly brought up my resis quite some. By 5% almost. So that's amazing. And we're actually getting an aspect. Now, the interesting one is that I can use the Undying aspect on the boots, and I could use the defensive aspect on my thingies. Godspeed also available. So now we're smoothing really quick. We're gonna put the Undying aspect, Undying on my boots, and then on my chest I could play a damage reduction aspect. Damage reduction. So what do we have? Demon form grounds damage reduction. No, we're not doing damage for demon form. Damage over time grants you damage reduction. We actually do damage over time. Aspect of might is useless. Damage reduction based on how injured you are. Each card from enemy nearby grants damage reduction. I mean, to be honest, increased fortify. Could I go for armor? Could do Juggernaut's aspect. And not just care about my evade. Using one-handed? Sadly, I'm using one-handed. It's the Spine of Tathamed. I wish I could do two-handed, but the triple explosion is just too strong. Oh wow, that one lasered me like there's no tomorrow. No, I actually skilled of the double damage there. Dude, that guy has life for days and lightning damage and everything. He just kills me elemental wise. Tarot's if you want a defensive chest. Nah, Tarot's boring. I mean, Tarot's is a good choice, generally speaking, for most builds. Because it just does what it does, as you say. So it gives you movement speed, it gives you resistance, it gives you all resistance, it gives you damage reduction, right? It's just there. But I find Tarot so boring to use, right? Frankly spoken. Wait, so we needed to put the point in out here and oh no, actually 1 point back in here. Here the actual nether step gains an additional charge. What do you need? The spine of Tathamet is what we're using. So here, now that we put the apocalypse down, what happens is then put the apocalypse down. And now Nook is ready already. So like if you put the apocalypse down, the enemies that survive this, they take 100% more damage for a few minutes. And then you just do insane power numbers. Okay, I need to redo my buttons where I put them. This is 5, this is 4. I can do this on... Yeah, I need this on 5 and this on 4. It's just how my brain functions, skill-wise. Invite to party. With Godspeed. Godspeed Kevin as well. Let's see. This beautiful thing, chat, and we almost have another one, right? Because I have Tribute of Armament. If I get 4 more Tributes of Armament, I can make another Mythic Tribute of Armament, which is actually pretty good. Ah, there is Mr. Godspeed. Very good, very good. Far too nice. Oh, we need to go for Torment 12. Sorry. Got a rare ore plan with keys in it. Let's do. So over to Torment. Oh. Historia does not have Torment 12 unlocked. There's someone in the party that does not have Torment 12 unlocked. Or we've just done pit 100. Okay. Effective way to farm Tribute of Armament. Like, you can't. There's no guarantee. So the easiest way to do it is factually just go and pit, because pit actually does that. It drops that, right? But there's no guarantee to get that specific one. You might get whatever you're looking for, right? Okay, Sigil cast deal increased damage. Is the Flashford Carapace really good? Ah, because Sigil cast Apocalypse count as a Sigil. Yeah, makes sense. I can see that. Mr. Gojo. It is. Let me check. Wait, let me check if my goblins are activated properly. Undercity. Yeah. Goblin spoils are on. Does Neil still play D4? Neil's been busy. He's been moving countries. He'll hopefully be back in summer. Agreed. Oh, my dude's jumped out. I'm hacking. I'm hacking the system. My wolves are preparing us. Let's see how this is going to feel with 12 players. With X players, damage-wise. Should be fine. Never know. Oh god, I died. That was a problem that could have occurred because with 4 players, you need even more defense, right? I haven't tried beating Mephisto with a key yet. How difficult is he? You don't waste your key, Demon. You need your key to open box, but if you don't open box, then you don't waste key, right? So it's totally fine to just fight Mephisto and see. I mean, you could also just go there and battle him. Okay, so this is very important. You can just go there and battle Mephisto. Look at my movement speed. Movement speed is S tier. Love that. There's the birthday stuff. It was raining, cats and dogs. So I was barbecuing in the rain, but there are worse things than that. Cats and dogs, ladies and gentlemen. The one thing I love about Nether Step, it just doesn't care about boundaries, right? You can just jump with it through the world. So now I'm going to put down the sigil. The sigil erupts. And see 909 billion damage, and that is because I just had him get hit by my 100% increase of damage. Do try this against a Torment 11 boss. Yeah, the 100% enemy health more and damage is like, it's just silly at some point. Right, unless you make like extremely tanky character, playing with your friends can just feel like an absolute drag. That's why I mostly play solo, because I just don't want to care for defense that much. Oh, Gobbo, boys. Super lucky. Look at us actually getting blessed. Oh, goodness, I knew I was going to die. Gobbo's running away. Goblin's stronger than everything in the dungeon, Chan. What's the best way to keep dominance up? Depends on what you're trying to do. Because there is actually no best way. The best way to keep dominance up is not using it. Right? Technically, you could use the Fallen to keep your dominance up. So, as an option. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's see how many chests we're gonna get. Ah, so good, so good. 2 unique items. Mythic items, sorry, not unique. Maybe I finally get my Air of Perdition that I've been waiting for. Well, maybe that's a sign, chat. Maybe that's a sign I'm supposed to start using the Tyrell's Might. Another useless one here. Not bad. Thanks, lads. Lovely sign. I mean, it definitely would help with the tankiness to a degree. Why not run Apocalypse? It's destroying every other build, Eric. Because Apocalypse is boring, Eric. Also, it's definitely not destroying every other build. You know, other classes are just pooping on Apocalypse. Even some better Warlock builds than Apocalypse. But again, because it's boring. So, goodbye to the lads. Back into the 100, testing out our new tankiness, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just gonna... Also, we are playing Apocalypse, don't you see, my friend? We just use it different than who would us expect to. See, we're gonna trigger the Apocalypse. Only on elites, pretty much, because it's just not worth it on like normal rebel opponents here. Wouldn't do any more damage with that. See, there's big elites, so I'm gonna put my Apocalypse down now. That he just takes double damage, and then we do double damage to him for 4 seconds, and that actually leads to quite some bonus damage. I'll forget to put my Veloch up. Wrong direction, right direction. Oh, hello there. So you can also spawn Apocalypse below him if I wanted to. Oh, we forgot the stone. There it is. Apocalypse. How long does Apocalypse like take to erupt? Or how does Apocalypse even work from an eruption standpoint? Do you have to run into it? See, a bunch of elites put the Apocalypse up. I have to test this against a tier 11 boss to actually see like how much damage more comes out of it. Do you rely on overpower heavily? Well, a lot of builds do that because overpower stacks are just the easiest thing to do, and they're just broken. I mean, like you can pretty much do overpower and like this is a bit of the silly goose right now. So overpower used to be overpowered, then overpower get nerfed because overpower used to be overpowered. Now overpower is completely different how it used to be. But is actually overpowered again. So, what do we make out of that now? Because it seems like no matter what happens to overpower, it develops into like a mandatory stack for builds, right? Because currently for this build here, when I trigger overpower, I get roughly like 300% bonus damage from it. Plus thousands of additive bonus damage, which is hard to quantify because it's just there going crazy, right? So yeah, what do we do with that information now? Overpower is always overpowered, and you kind of should be always playing overpower. But overpower was nerfed because it was overpowered. Then why are we all still playing overpower? That one goblin clearly did not want to die. Can you make a video on how overpower works? It's actually pretty simple. Overpower is a stack now. You can get 4 overpower stacks basic from a lot of things, okay? And then these 4 overpower stacks you can increase to more overpower stacks with specific aspect items whatsoever. Overpower gives you a base 15 damage per stack. So 4 stacks of overpower is 60 more damage. Nothing special, nothing too crazy. I was gonna freak out about that. Okay, whoever is like shooting like this light ice from the back is super annoying. And then there are items, uniques, everything that works together with overpower, making overpower even more overpowered, right? I mean, currently we are getting 20 stacks, 82 more damage. Okay, whatever that dude is doing is just wrecking me. That's crazy. It hurts. Okay, that pony just gotta pay attention because he doesn't want to get hit by a thing. So yeah, and since Banished Lord's Talisman is still a thing, so Banished Lord's Talisman gives your critical strikes more damage per overpower. Okay. I don't know what elemental stuff is killing me here. Is Blizzard melting you? Yeah, they are, my friend. They are. They're plenty hurting us with these guys in combination. So yeah, and then the Banished Lord's Talisman gives you more damage percentage per overpower. Okay, so we got 20 overpower stacks, and every single overpower stack gives us 12.5% more damage, multiplicative, and that adds up to quite some values. I'm not sure what these guys here are doing, right? They're doing something and it's annoying and we hate them. Now we just gotta do these dudes first, because they continue being annoying and hitting me with whatever they're hitting me with. You are minor inconvenience. Got him. So now we can focus on the man here, the thingy. So you want to use your fire, rune out, trigger Veloch, get like here our apocalypse thingy stacked, right? Put it out. Now it's a 100% bonus damage because he survived apocalypse. And we do the trillions almost. Oh. That thing can beam me, it seems. That thing can beam me, it seems. You know what? I'll just look out for the beam and not get hit by it. Ha 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 ha. You know, visual clarity. High five in the chat. I could technically stand a bit further away from him. The problem is if I stand further away from him, then I'm not getting my fancy pantsy stacks for my... Why did I just jump in there? To say APOC isn't the best right now, well, sir, if you haven't seen the Abyssal Chain build, that actually doesn't require APOC to do damage and just Abyssal Chains and does like many trillions, is kind of sad. Have you missed out on that build? I mean, there's also a rogue build that does pit 150 in 30 seconds, so... like, Apox is not the best out there. Plain and simple. Okay, let's avoid running right into this here. Oh goodness, I'm terrible at surviving, as it seems. Yeah, chains are great, Omega. Chains are insane. So the thing about chains is this one here. The chain burst. Because if you multiply this up, it does like a final killer thingy. And then you can take epicenter and link it to your demons. So you would do this one, and you would summon all 5 greater demons plus the thing running around you. And then with all of this out, you have the epicenter chain burst, and you can have this like pretty much the actual chain burst hit for trillions, which then also fuses the abyssal fragment, which then hits for bonus trillions. Quite interesting. And the only reason that one uses APOC is also for damage scaling. So you're pretty much doing the chains, and then what APOC is doing for you is 100% bonus damage, just like we have here, right? So we're spamming away. I put APOC on. It's just 100% bonus damage. And then your actual like thing you're doing, your scheme is hitting harder. Also very powerful, quite intriguing. Oh my goodness, I keep nether stepping for some reason into him. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I keep pressing the 4 button to just nether step into him. Vile Hive. Yeah, sure. Sounds wrong. Oh no. Okay. Let's do that quickly. Your gear's busted. I know, sir. Don't worry. Doesn't change the fact that we kill ourselves continuously. No? Okay. Let's do that one. Oh, sorry. Wrong answer. Yeah, you just wanted to know. I'm sorry. Invite me. Wrong one. He's not whispering your bag. Now. Ready. I'm sorry. Wrong person. Okay. We need to get our Spine of Testament, by the way, today as a better one, because we don't have multipliers. Okay, Treasure Breach. Didn't answer the wrong dude, Mr. Nook. I've not seen a treasure breach myself today. Today at all, right? Are you using Enduring Face Charm? No. We're using this Overpower. Punish Lords is probably the best charm in the game right now. Straight up. Pyro, by the way, thank you for the 100 months of subscriptions, Pyro. The big 100 reach. GG. Rogue kills the clones. That's interesting because there used to be a bug where mages... So, there used to be... a bug for mages where they did Hydra, right? And that Hydra was also sacrificed. And then as you sacrifice the Hydra, you push the progress, which was weird, but they pretty much put that back in, right? Are there good ways to get your mythic tribute? War plans? If you do war plans, and during war plans, you would aim for keys. There's the rare one of keys. And as you aim for that one, that's going to help you with your shenanigans. I got a mythic tribute from that. It is rare, obviously. You can get mythic tributes also from Interior Whispers. You can get mythic tributes from everywhere. So there's no guarantee to get anything, but going for the keys is good in every regard, because going for the keys is going to... Come on, Brain Sand. It's also giving you layer keys. Greater boss layer keys, tiny boss layer keys, and that kind of stuff, right? How can I find the Hemid Stone amulet? I think the Hemid Stone was one of these non-boss amulets, but let's check the list. So there are non-boss uniques, okay, that are dropping at not bosses. You heard right. Ta-da. And they can drop everywhere. But let me check for the Hemid Stone. Hemid Stone. No, Hemid Stone is actually from Bartik. Bartik is the dude from the Helltide in front of Hordes. Sorry. It's probably easiest to get him via Belial. Okay, put the APOC down. See how high we can go. Ooh, unique charm. I'll take it. Okay, a treasure breach dungeon is going to be a bunch of... What are they called again? A bunch of gobbies, right? Everything to 90. Got 3215 ether in a solo horde last night. Ooh, love to hear that. Tortured Rebel's taunt is absolutely slept on, Duke. The minion lunatic demonology build. You have like, what is it called again? The mega lunatic build that you can do. Super cute. Okay, which dungeon are we going for? Wait, which? Did we open it? Oh, we didn't open it. Yeah. Okay. There. Vile Hive. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. Goblin time. Oh, yeah. Let's wait for everyone. Is Goblin time even worth it? I mean, Goblin time was worth it because, how do I say this now? You needed Goblin time for Obolds, right? It was actually really bad. Oh god. Too much action happening. Too much environmental damage. Drops. I want to blame it on the lag, Chad. I'm gonna die. Oh, this is so obvious to happen. Okay, save yourself. The amount of teleporting back and forth we'll have to do to accommodate like for all of this, it's going to be silly. I'll be right back. This is gonna be a long one. Up the side, did I say up the side, Obolds? I got lost. I got lost, my friend. My brain is mushy today. Okay, let's try all of this. Butcher's Cleaver, Scepter of this 3. Inventory. What do we have here? Nothing. Potion capacity. Kind of one potion capacity to be good. So I want to mess with this one. at some point. Has anyone actually tried to mess with Profane Sentinel to see how much damage you can get out of him? I know the Profane Sentinel can easily do billions, and an item giving him like 200% bonus damage is quite rad, right? Has anyone actually tried to have like Profane Sentinel go crazy? More goblins. Oh, that was a really sad drop. He didn't even give us like billions. Okay, legendary seal. Rest doesn't matter. Ace did rank tunnel leaderboards with Sentinel. That's great to hear because I just haven't seen like a single Sentinel build yet. But I just like the idea of Sentinel being good. Because it seems so sad to have like this cool skill, but nowhere to use it. I just don't know like how mobile it would feel, right? Because you like if you have to like recast it, I could see it as annoying, right? If it's following you around, it's kind of like worth it, right? Don't have a good Forgotten Soul farm. You can do a material dungeon. Material dungeon on Torment 12 gives you quite some. The best will probably still be Helltide. And for Helltide, if you go for Helltide, if you improve the power of the dudes that are ambushing you, that does actually, in fact, also... It has, in fact, also increased the... amount of souls that came out of him. What an absolute nuisance. Yeah, Helltide end of the day is probably the best. I mean, you could also just turn all your crystals into the other materials, right? I mean, it's not like you can't just turn your veiled crystals, the yellow ones, right? Those ones you can turn into Forgotten Souls. It's just really expensive, like really expensive. I could make myself 7,000 Forgotten Souls. It would only cost me 164 million money, and it's actually worth it to think about. Because what is 164 million money? That's like, it's not much. I can just make that much money in no time. So it'd be better to have all those Forgotten Souls, right? Have to care for the money farm. Another gobbo. I guess the one you want to have is the gelatinous one, right? Because the gelatinous one is the one that pops open into multiple other things. Is there a trick for getting gold? Yes, gold reserve. So there is a nightmare dungeon. It's called Gold Reserve. And on Torment 12, that one actually does give you around 15 million gold per chest. If you then have the seal that gives you plus 900 gold, there's a seal for that. You're just going to be swimming in money. Like it's crazy what you can achieve pretty much. A good Helltide war plan path for beginners. I'm not sure what you're asking for. Okay, that was an interesting one. My inventory overflowing. My charms overflowing. My seals overflowing. If you 10 and never get that seal, I don't have that seal either. And I still sit at good enough money. I mean, so far I have not required to farm, like I haven't needed to farm money ever, like consciously. I just know where I could get more money if it was required, right? I had to get more money. And know where I could pick up more. I just simply never had to do any of the heinous money farms. Good. Oh, Ironwood Club. Nice. War plan party rewards? Oh, I've never been with others. Okay, war plan party. That's so weird. That's so weird. Are you the Elon of Sanctuary to kill? No, I actually do play my own character. I don't have a Chinese person play for me. I'm good, thank you. Physical damage. We can craft with this. We can craft with this. We can craft with that. Not terrible. Very good. Actually better than the current ones I have. But still not good. Break everything down. Thanks, lads. I need to go for the other world here. So the lag is gone because that was America, you know? America server very muchacho bad. It makes everything feel awkward. Okay, let's see what we got here. Not better, not better, not better, not better. Has anyone of you ever gotten a charm with a greater affix to a stat? Because I'm still looking for that. I haven't been lucky enough to actually get a charm with a greater affix to a stat yet. But I really want to. So like to an actual like skill rank, you know, not just normal. The boring one. With GA Abyss and one with Hellfire, damn, that's mean. And I don't even want to know what amount of farm that kind of constitutes to, right? When you actually try to get that, the actual high rolls. I'm not sure. Like do the Does it show here? Does it show the... You see like how much he has? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, he just has 4 charms with a greater affix. Cool. Okay. I don't even want to know the amount of farm that it just takes to get that done. You know? So reduce the number of charms needed for set bonuses. But how can they still then play 2 unique charms? That's the question. You can reroll set charms and the cube's not hard to get. I mean, Winters, obviously you can do that. But saying it's not that hard to get is quite unreasonable. I'm sorry. Like, I've rerolled at least, like, I don't know. Literally 500,000 dust of the infused erotic resin, and I've never seen it. It's that hard to get. It takes a while. Unless you're obviously grinding your soul out. That's what I assume. The people are just grinding a lot. Okay, what I wanted to check was... yeah. We wanted to see if we could go all the way up. If I move myself to Torment 11... Why do I have one skill point flying around? Okay. So we wanted to kill him. Yeah, I've rerolled a lot of charms, never seen a GA before. Exactly. The best Warlock leveling build. You can level with everything, to be honest. I leveled with Rampage Demons, and that was super fun. You can probably Rampage with Dreadclaw. Yeah, like, I mean, if I would now go back to leveling, I would probably just put on Dreadclaw and, like, Abyssal Rampage and just do that. Because it's probably the biggest no-brainer. Think about it. Because the big black demon, you can just slam him down. Right? And it doesn't cost you dominance. So big black demon does a lot of damage easily. He doesn't even live long enough for us to use the Hellfire. 960 billion, chat. Woo woo. Not what we wanted. How many? I get 7. Let's do one more. Isn't that better combining 3 Ancestral hoping for a GA? I mean, you could probably combine 3 Ancestral hoping for a GA. But before I combine 3 Ancestrals hoping for a GA, I would probably just disenchant them and use the materials to reroll 1 charm. Because the normal charm can just reroll into a GA charm. So it's just a thing that happens, right? And then I'll just get the mats rather, and then re-roll, right? And then keep re-rolling. Ah, robbery, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let's test another thing. So after we now killed him, let's jump here. So let's go back first. Temid. And then we're going to be rolling over into the Torment 10. So what are you doing? With this build, I'm hovering around Torment 11 currently. That being said, with any build, I'm hovering around Torment 11. Joss, I just can't be bothered to play Torment 12 mostly. I'm not sure how you're feeling, right? I personally, I'm just content hanging out. And sometimes I even just hang out in Torment 10 because I really can't be bothered. No matter how much damage you're doing. So we want to kind of like mess around today a bit with Profane Sentinel. Sir, could you please come out of hiding again? So we can test things here. Surprisingly, Army of the Dead did more damage. It is good damage, but still. Oh, sorry. I was not looking at the screen. So he comes. I do this. I do that. I do this. I do that. Oh wow, I actually survived that. I am rather surprised that I didn't die to the blasting there, because we really didn't pay like much attention. Yeah. Okay, damage is good though. Yeah, it was nice. What exactly plays a source of damage? Hell Fracture. It's kind of like Hell Fracture plus the Abyssal Fragment. Okay. So you have... your Hell Fracture for a lot of damage. And then you're triggering your Soul Shard Fragment. This says Hex stacks up to a maximum of 4. And when a target gains 4 stacks, 50% of the cold Abyss skill damage dealt to the target echoes after 4 seconds and removes all stacks of Hex. And the way that works is, on a single target, it's like the white damage number that you see in between. So we're gonna pull out a bunch of elites here. Multiple elites. And then we're gonna go here. You're gonna like just spam away pretty much, and then every now and then there's just an ginormous white number happening. Right, so you do normal billions of damage, and then there's 748 billion. So that was pretty much your stacks now, right? And then it's 829 billion. And you're gonna go on. Like with those trillions. So if these stacks get depleted, and the stacks are getting depleted. Get that one up. That one. Another trillion. But that's kind of like the idea behind that, right? And it works pretty good, especially because you're hitting like one enemy multiple times every single time, right? One enemy multiple times every single time. So that works plenty well. Now the interesting part is, what we can try out is, we can take the exact same build that we have here right now and only change to one different skill. So this is the Hell Fracture build. Let's override this. But there's also the Chain build that pretty much functionally is similar to what we're doing. But instead of the Fracture, you're going to use the Chains. And you're going to use the Chains with Chain Burst. Probably that one. That one. So nothing actually is different. We're keeping the same set. We're keeping everything that way. I have to actually put the Spine of Testament out because that's going to be important. The basic idea is going to be that you're going to still summon every single demon, right? We're going to still have the apocalypse happening. You're just going to put chains everywhere. And now you're going to have those chains do those billions of damage, bonus damage, right? Now, currently, this doesn't look too exciting yet because there's still 721, right? So you're just spamming these chains out and like the idea is that you're exploding the bonus chains. Okay, there's a trillion damage. So by spamming the chains, when you reach the maximum number of chains, then every bonus chain explodes the chains. Make sense? And the way how that works is, or the way how that makes it way more powerful, is if you get the Scourge of Duriel. I think I have one of that because I kept it for no reason. I was sure I would never need this, but I guess I was wrong. So this one says Umbral Chains gain the epicenter of Orion, which makes it like chain from itself outwards. And therefore, let's see if we can just put this out in the open there. This how blockchain works. Yes. Let's see if we can play this smooth enough without an upgraded weapon. So now you're going to summon all your demons. And like you have more chains that you can maximum explode. It's kind of like how you have to think about it. Because you now have +4 maximum chains. And then all the chains around all your demons are just always going to erupt. And that actually leads to trillions of damage as well. So it's a chaining build. Now we should definitely turn up damage numbers because this is obviously untainable, right? It's a bit like the Hell Fracture, only that instead of Hell Fracturing, you're doing the tons of chains. But surprisingly, that actually does do fantastic amounts of damage as well. Right? Up to the trillions of damage. Even the chains themselves do a lot. But I guess, like, I'm not sure if this is even going to lead to more damage than the actual Hell Fracture build. Now, there was a trillion crit from an exploding chain. So that was good. Probably have to see this versus a boss. And then we probably have to get a better weapon because our weapon is terrible, right? Where does the Scourge of Duriel drop? Scourge. I mean, from Duriel. Who would have guessed? Someone kill me. So we're going to go over to here, Torment 11, then go to Duriel and see how that vibes here. I mean, the weapon isn't upgraded, right? The weapon doesn't have good multipliers. The weapon does look very horrible right now. I mean, that was just a chain doing 100 billion. That's good. These are the new Warlock, World of Warcraft items that are in the game. What's the stack counter on 3? The stack counter 3 is the Apocalypse stack counter. Because we're only using Apocalypse every X seconds for 100% bonus damage. That's why we have it this way. So now we're going to chain everything. We're going to get all our dudes out. Oh goodness. I got poked. Sorry, chat, he poked me. I almost gave up on Warlock building a sword. I'm stuck on tier with no materials and to even add aspects. I mean, you could just drop down in Torment tiers and do Hell Tides, right? I mean, you don't have to play in the highest Torment tier you're in. You're not a slave to that. I mean, no one ever said, you know. The standard speed of like chains is definitely higher than. Yeah, I killed him faster than the Harbinger of Hatred. That's for sure, guys. Right? Guarantee. Damage over time multiplier. Still. A focus is cooldown reduction. We don't want that. Try to get a greater affix thingy. So if I put this out, if I put that out, if I put this out. If I get a chain between me and the... Yeah, I even get a chain between me and the sigil dude, guys. So now we're going to put this out. Oh, there was a trillion chain explosion. Wow. There was a lot of damage, chat. Cool. Cool. I mean, reasonable, right? Let's keep these chain thingies to smash them into each other for a better chain thingy, huh? Seems reasonable. Is this build already immobility? Yoke, we just literally swapped one main skill around to just fuck around and find out. So, no, it's not available yet. This is just me having fun and doing stupid things. This is some kind of Unbroiled Chain build. Yeah, this is a Chain Your Demons build. This is like a Twitch streamer has a pet slave build. This only makes sense to you if you have spent way too much time on Twitch. And then like this is like knowledge you just don't want to have. Okay, important. It would be better to downgrade the Torment tier. Absolutely, Christian. If you're stuck, if you keep dying on your current Torment tier and you can't make hands and foot of what you need to do to die less and to kind of make sure that you are able to reasonably farm resources, and most importantly, you're just not having fun, then you should certainly, for 1000%, think about dropping to a lower Torment tier, just to have an easier time and enjoy yourself again. Okay, so the interesting part is we can like pre-prepare chains to then when he comes out to explode all the chains. Like you saw that, right? That there's insane damage we just did to him. Because it's all about like making chains and then exploding chains, right? Oh god, I'll never get what I'm looking for. Do you think I can kill a tier 12 Duriel? Asking for a friend. I mean, it looks like it, right? I'd say we could kill a Torment 12 with this. Let's see here, like, we might have just a shitty one, but I guess even the shitty one can be upgraded. For the time being. If it's the only thing I have, I might as well. Go to Torment 12. So very attack speed based. On the one hand, attack speed based. On the other hand, not attack speed based. But yes, like if you consider that the biggest damage you do is essentially the explosions, then you kind of want to have more. You know? D4 is boring in a joke, Taco Man? Well, you sound like a person that sits on the side and yells at people for having fun. D4 is actually really good, but if you don't enjoy it, that's fine. How long does it take to become broken in this game? Well, so if I play with a complete new account, complete new character, right? It takes around currently 10 to 12 hours, and you could sit in Torment 12. This is considering you know what you're doing. So knowledge will always beat the game, right? But you gotta know what you're doing. No, I'm out. Sorry. I spent my shit so hard that I went out, Chad. It does not happen very often. Okay, reasonable. I mean, so far they cost like 35, right? Their rock cost gets reduced when I spam them. And then we're... I wonder if for this build we should play... No, that wouldn't probably work. Wouldn't probably work that we play. A different something. It's another Scourge of Duriel, so we can smash them all together, our greater affix ones, and see if something better comes out. Right? Okay, so more chains. Problem is to keep my Wrath up here. You know, you see the chain attack speed. We need to have the... We need to have our Shard Demon summon, because otherwise we're not getting the maximum stacks of everything. Let's do the explosion. And damage is kind of hard. Oh, he actually went underground instead of dying. Robbery, ladies and gentlemen. Robbery. Now, the interesting part is, with the chain spam, we are using up resource like there's no tomorrow. And why is that interesting? Because if you're using up resource like no tomorrow, you actually trigger the Banished Lord's Talisman. This technically would allow you to not play the Hemat Stone. Right? I mean, the Hemat Stone makes the Ritualist Fragment more potent to do more boom. I wonder if a normal amulet could live up to this. If you're not playing the Hemat Stone. That's a good question. Is it really worth to go over Torment 10? Nope. So Torment, actually higher Torment tier doesn't actually drop higher things. There's a hard cutoff after Torment 10 where it's just really ego playing. I mean, there's more gold and there's more experience to be gained, which means if you're farming for Paragon 300, it does actually make sense. But that's probably the only thing that makes sense there. Can you 3-to-1? Can I put like 3 uniques in and get like a greater unique out? An ancestral? I don't think you can, right? Are you sure about that? The reward cutoff, yes. The intention is that Torment 10 is where everyone ends up. Okay? Torment 10 is where everyone ends up. And that Torment 11 and 12 is for the people that want then the bonus experience in gold. But that the people that are unable to move past Torment 10 or don't feel comfortable moving past Torment 10, that they're not getting punished by way better rewards in 11 and 12. Does that make sense for you? Vegetto, thank you for the 3 months of support. Currently playing your Army of the Dead build. The Army of the Dead build is pure fun. I'm totally with you. So that's kind of like the way to look at it. Which makes sense if you think about it. Have like one unified difficulty that everyone can reach. And then for the people that want to maximum grind XP, there's something. The people where XP doesn't matter, they can just ignore that. This is 3 ranks to core skills. I've never seen 3 ranks to core skills before. I wasn't even aware that you could get ranks to core skills from that. That's crazy. So we don't have to build individual resistances on each piece of armor anymore. I mean, each piece of my armor does have the maximum, like, I have all resistance, I have physical resistance and that kind of stuff. So you do want to have resistances as much as possible. But you could, in fact, actually simply survive from using the undying aspect together with the what's she called again? Temerity. I mean, I play Temerity myself here for this build, so I have Temerity together with the shielding, and that pretty much just keeps me alive, right? I don't give a fuck if I like that. That's just that, right? Temerity keep me alive, yay. Oh, I don't have greater keys anymore. Gasp. It's terrible. I was just trying to get like a Duriel. The thing is, I can actually upgrade ancestral flails, Chad. Because if I'm not mistaken, there's no other flail for Warlock, right? So if I actually want this flail, I'll just put in an ancestral chain mace and upgrade to unique, and I always get the Scourge of Duriel. So now I can just go to this one and I can gamble for one-handed maces, right? And then you're taking all these beautiful ancestral maces that you're getting over to this. So here's another ancestral mace. Oh no. Let's remove your aspect and then let's upgrade you to unique, right? Oh, what a beauty. No, actually it's Spine of Testament. I completely forgot. Because it's a mace and I'm looking for a flail. I don't want to talk about it. I'm good here though. This is fine. Everything is fine. I totally did, like, obviously flailets and maces are the same thing. They're basically the same. Okay, this one does have shadow damage multiplier. This one has damage over time multiplier, damage over time, and all damage multiplier. So I'm going to take all these three here. I'm going to smash them together, and I'm going to get damage over time multiplier. And I'm going to hate it. Yikes. Okay, let's do a pit 110. And see where that vibes into. So the only problem we would have currently with this build is that when I'm fighting in the pit, it's really easy to trigger my apocalypse to get more. I need to pull things together. Yeah. So it's really easy to trigger my apocalypse with the blazing stream. So the biggest problem with this build here right now is because all chains are doing individual damage and it's the chain explosion damage. If we're not pulling enemies together, we're screwed. Right? Because like it's like, yes, individual chains erupt, but since the enemies are so spread out, the individual interrupting of chains is useless. Which means that the Harlequin crest has to go out for the Godslayer crown. Do I even have a good Godslayer crown? Damn. Just come to me. Don't ask why there are intelligence gems in my helmet. I don't want to answer that question. Oh, why are there no sockets in you? It'd probably be best to get an all damage multiplier, but I, matter of fact, just don't have that. So we're going to have to make amethyst for you. Amethyst is shadow damage, right? Not damage over time. Yeah. So. I just don't get the tag for darkness. It does say, though, shadow damage if you scroll down on your mages. So now that we're pulling things together, it might just be better. Because then I can just shoot my chains easier at people. Like, you notice how instantly the clearing gets so much improved. Like, we're hitting them all. They're all gathered in the middle. We can do my thingy on him. They're all gathered, so now I can easier chain them up, make the most out of it. Because the only problem is that my chains, due to the chains chaining outwards, are actually pulling enemies around. Right? So you notice this, as soon as you throw a chain, it just throws enemies outwards. Intriguing problem to have. I gotta say, more damage than the health fracture build. But I did enjoy playing the fracture build more. Because chains is just such a weird skill to use as a core spamming skill, if that makes sense. Right? It functionally works, but it annoys me. Can that make sense to you, chat? We forget to pick up the stone, by the way. If we could reroll unique gear affixes, that would make the game too easy. I mean, let's be fair, like the unique gear affixes is one of the few grinds actually left in the game. Because in all reality, if we could reroll that one, it would be so easy to make the perfect unique item. Now, nothing speaks against easy, but it's kind of like, it's not that you actually require perfect uniques to reach Torment 12. It's also not that you require perfect uniques to kill Uber Mephisto. It's just that when you want to absolutely max out your character, you will want to have perfect uniques, obviously. However, that's then the actual grind, right? And I guess that's fine because it's then a meaningful grind. You'll know if someone put in the time when he has a good unique, because they're just like, especially a good unique that's like really exceptional, because it's just not easy to get them. I don't think any of my characters right now has like a single amazing unique, like where I'm like, yeah, this one has it all. Not a single one. Okay, so like one of these things is doing exceptional damage. Any way to get dominance and regeneration over the fallen? Okay. If you want to use the fallen, that does actually work, right? I would like a single reroll running Zur like 200 times and not getting anything but trash is anything usable is harsh. I do agree. Don't get me wrong. I fully agree. But I guess that's the grind. You know, that's the nature of the grind. I mean, end of the day, we're still playing an ARPG, and it is already easy to get good equipment in Diablo. I mean, if you know what you're doing, getting good stuff is not hard. And now with the cube, getting good stuff is really not hard. I mean, even if we're looking for non-ancestral items, just really good rolled stuff with all the multipliers for all your... Oh, goodness, I can't see them. With all your damage and all that kind of things, right? It's not that hard. So, I guess we need some kind of grind left. Schneider, thank you for the sub gift. Appreciate it. I mean, something needs to be left. Those red thingies, they will always kill me. If you just broke, that doesn't matter. Have you never beaten a pit with completely broken gear, sir? Sir, come on now. Have you never done that? Oh, what is... Oh, no, if I kill the butcher, he breaks, right? Run away! We don't want to kill the butcher. Yeah, it's perfect. We died. No, dungeon complete because the butcher vanished. No! This is the first time I get that bug. So yeah, now the pit is over. Okay, that's new. I at least had this happen to me. Now we know. So damage-wise, this build is working plenty well, right? Survival is a bit on the iffy side, but I guess I could just remove a lot of the damaging Paragon points I have taken and could try to move them in more defensive thingies yet still. Weasel some more of that out. There's certainly a few nodes still left. And what are we lacking in the most? We have armor, reasonable amount. Actually, the most amount of armor in any character. Physical resistance also reasonable. I guess this being only at 7% is kind of sad. Oh, our amulet still doesn't have a diamond in. Whoever's responsible for that, it ain't me. It's the only hard thing about doing multiple builds, by the way, Chad. You're running out. You know? Enduring Faith? Nah, Enduring Faith is just something that keeps you alive, but you don't care about dying. I know that sounds weird, but you don't care about dying, right? I don't mind if I die. I wonder if I could remove the Humid Stone and play something else. Right? For this build. I need an amulet. Let's see, do I have an amulet? My one is not bad. Just put something else on it. Yeah, before I craft something, let's just put this one on. It should have some other multiplier. Did I reroll something on this? No, I haven't even rerolled something. Oh. Ooh. Oh, I'm going to reroll the willpower. Damn. The amulet is mad. I mean, I knew it was good, but I could just reroll the willpower, preferable into vulnerable damage multiplier, and that would be insane. What aspect are we putting on this? It's the harder question, because you have like the crushing aspect, damage while fortified, right? You have your abyss skills deal damage who have not hit you recently, which is kind of stupid because enemies hit you recently. We get the maximum amount of overpowers increased by 4 while you're fortified, which is actually really important. So which actual other aspect could we plan on amulet for more damage? I mean, worst case scenario, I could just play conceited, I guess. Just for the time being. So if we play that one and we just keep the Banished Lord's Talisman and get all the multipliers, because the multiplier is nice, right? It's all damage multipliers, critical strike damage multiplier. So it's just generally working nice for what we're doing here. The critical strike damage should be damage per overpower stack though. Do I need to buy Diablo Standard Edition to get the new expansion? You can buy one version, I think for 70 bucks. That gives you everything right away. Diablo Standard together with... interesting. What's happening? Why are we running out of resource? Because we are not getting the double efficiency of the resource anymore. That's interesting. Usually we never run out of resource because we have the Veloch give us like 500% resource. Shamambo Bambo. Now, because we're not running the 100% potency anymore, we're suffering from that. It's rather intriguing. I wonder if this could be fixed with a simple swap of... Here, let me think about it. I missed the damage numbers. I mean, we have to activate damage numbers in a second. So there is... Umbral Chains refunds 1 wrath for every hit over its duration, right? So that could work to refund everything, technically, right? Let's see if that works. Let's turn on crit damage numbers, not the... Well, actually, like, just crit damage numbers or just the white damage numbers. Just crit for this point. Show combo text. Everything else is too much if I do crit and white. When is this build being uploaded? Like, not sure if it's getting uploaded at all, sir. You gotta, like, feel the part. Okay, now we get the resource under control. We're still gonna get, like, our overpower stacking, right? 14 seems to be the max we can get in this state. It's interesting because we're kind of like losing damage per overpower stack, but we're getting damage from the amulet. I'm just not sure if this is like leading to more damage overall or less damage, right? It's like the problem. Because now due to the way how we change things, right? We have like one... There's like one... like lost 6 overpower stacks. 6 overpower stacks is a lot of additive damage. Okay. I wonder if it would be good to put the aspect on... If I put the aspect on the amulet, just to get more overpower stacks. Because that would give us 2 more, which is 25% more damage. Plus all the additive damage from that. Once in a while, we ran out of chains. Let's see. Oh god, another one of these explodey dudes. Okay. If I ever find out a Blizzard who's responsible for the exploding fallen, right, bosses, we can hunt him down together, chat. Disgusting. It does feel smoother, I reckon. Anyone else feeling this way, ladies and gentlemen? With the amulet right now? We need to test against a Torment 12 boss if it is actually more damage though, right? Because it does feel smoother. It doesn't really equate to it is actually smoother. I was out of that. I take a Mephisto, by the way. Torment 10, 100% with all of my builds. That's like, okay, so like all my builds need to be able to beat Mephisto. That's just a rule, you know? Otherwise the build failed. So yes, the Hell Fracture build can do it. The chains could do it now too. In Torment 10. I'm really bothered to do Torment 12 Mephisto stuff because the reality of things is that in order to beat Torment 12 Mephisto, you just choose the Uber S tier build, right? So this is like the most important part to understand. You're not gonna kill Torment 12 Mephisto with your home-cooked, half-assed whatever, right? In order to beat Torment 12 Mephisto, you'll have to play the most OP build that's available currently, and then you're just going to have, oh wow, that was a good damage, Chan. And then you're gonna have a good time. But otherwise, it's not going to be what you're looking for. Okay, that was a very fast clear on that boss with the new amulet. He just partially vanished. I think it's down to the hexed white damage that we're doing in between. So we're gonna have to disable crits and only put normal damage now on, so we can actually see it. 110 down. Okay, first things first. We're still in Torment 12, so we can just go for Uriel again. So if I was now wanting to kill Torment 12 Mephisto, right? I would probably go for oh wait, you know what, Belial? I would probably go for Apocalypse Warlock because it's not hard to put together. Apocalypse Warlock is like really simple to put together, and it's just in that case the most efficient one, right? No questions asked. Simple as cake. Okay. Torment 12. Put chains. Put chains. Oh, chains didn't work in that direction? Okay. Okay, we're getting those trillion damage hits, Chad. Right? Oh, shit. I mean, it's good that we could just stand still. How much damage is 150 glyphs over 100 if you really grind them out? Well, so at this point, like, the glyphs are getting 0.1% more damage per level or something like that, or 0.2% damage per level, plus the additive damage. It is quite something still. So yes, I mean, if you want to be top leaderboard competitor, whatever, you will want to have the maxed. Okay, I was greedy. Play for fun, but I'm a grinder. It's not really worth it. I mean, if you're playing anyways, you might as well, right? But it's not like that you have to have it. I mean, at some point, it's just really hard diminishing returns. Unless you want to push deep into the pit, there's just no reason to max them to a degree. I wonder why the... Oh, because it's per enemy hit. Yeah. Oh. Makes sense, because we're refunding Wrath right now per enemy hit, right? But we're only hitting one enemy. I mean, obviously, we're not getting a lot of Wrath back. That doesn't feel good versus a boss, I gotta say. Interesting. We could get more resource generation with a glyph. That's abyss. That's destruction. We got empowered. And we have occultist. Take occultist out. And we're going to add wrath. Wrath gives you damage per... overpower. Skills critical strike generate 1 wrath. If that would actually be better, let's do a Torment 12 Held Time and just see how that vibes. I feel like they had Hex Doom. Nope, haven't really messed much with Hex Doom. I mean, we're using Hex here. It's an easy way to find unique talismans. Just play the game. I know not the answer you want, but it's just play the game. This was a fast kill for things. We're still just dying to elemental damage. It's just the unamusing part. I mean, we are sitting at, was it 30,000 life, and we're sitting at 30,000 barrier, but elemental damage is still our bane. Necromancer definitely had a nose ahead there, ladies and gentlemen, because he was extremely tanky. Okay, critical strike into Wrath does seem to work. Chat. It also tested against the boss pretty much. So I'll put the hearts in. So if I now just do this, what happens? Oh, someone summoned Duriel. No. So there's this really annoying bug that, you know what happens when Duriel gets summoned? It doesn't count as the Queen of the Helltide. So you're essentially like wasting your resources, right, to summon Duriel because you like someone else put their shit in, but it doesn't count as the Queen of the Helltide, so you're actually not getting anything for it. The gems will boost your damage quite substantial. Not really. Ja? Niemals. Du kannst mich nicht zwingen. Ich möchte nicht in einem Bunker leben. No, I should just close my door because I'm too loud. You gotta put up resistance, chat. Put up resistance. Already changed color of item drops, recolor in the item filter. There is show, hide, recolor, pretty much, in your options. Now I understand, like my brain understands that the chains are useful, right? My brain understands that. My brain knows. But they're just not as cool as the Hell Fracture. I gotta say, I just like the Hell Fracture more. Also, like, the weird part is that the damage that's being done by the chains It's like, again, not the actual chain damage. It's the damage that's being done by the eruption of the chains. Right? Just feels weird. Can you farm under 30 mythic keys? You can go for your war plans, and you can go for the war plan of keys. That's the one that you would be looking for. Because the war plan of keys would give you the, or has a chance to give you the tribute. Okay, I actually get a mythical tribute like that. Yep. Just this morning, I was stuck and I couldn't move. So if you want to have mythic tributes, that's probably what you would aim for. But you can't really farm them. So even if you go for the war plan of keys, it's going to be random. I mean, what you want to do is most likely the pid. Who's Grindabor the Harvester? I mean, seriously, who are you? I've never seen you before. Where's Dude Beans coming from? And we can kill him, so that's not the issue, but where's Dude Beans coming from? Can he spawn from that harvest stone? And then he just drops one ring and just leaves. Okay. Does Druid drop Banished Talisman? Banished Talisman is one of these uniques currently that drop anywhere and everywhere. So there's no, this is where it drops. It's more like there's a world. I mean, I have personally not gotten a single Banished Lord's Talisman from anything. I've done every single boss and I have not seen a Banished Lord's. I literally just got a Banished Lord's Talisman charm from somewhere in the world, and that's how I have a Banished Lord's Talisman charm. Right? That's how I have that. But I couldn't even tell you where to get Banished Lords. Because again, I'm like everywhere. The Warlock boots with nether steps are from Astaroth, so that's why you've never seen them. You won't just randomly stumble up in that. It's going to be, you have to actually do Nightmare Dungeon escalations. And then even Nightmare Dungeon escalations seem to be very unlikely that they work. Because I have not get, now actually I did get a version from Astaroth. It was just a shitty version. That's true. I retract my statement. Nightmare Dungeon escalation does work. I was just salty about the drop yesterday. For Torment farming, this is currently Torment 12. But we're more like testing the chains build. In and out, how we're feeling. I mean, the damage is either good or terrible, which is kind of weird. When the chains are doing hundreds of billions of damage, the we haven't been to Belial with a new amulet yet, so let's go over to Belial. Since we swapped in the amulet, right? Where have we been? We've not been. Ah, no, we haven't been since we put the Wrath in. Exactly. That's the whole point. So we put this in. Skills that critical strike generate 1 Wrath. It also gives us critical strike, which is like nice because it just generally like critical strike damage multiplier, right? Okay, that one. Our resource definitely stays up this time, Chad. Remember how my resource was empty versus him? So now it stays up. I can go for the noob. Okay. That works. Just to do Torment 10 with Deathclaw Warlock, but really struggling. All the best Warlock builds seem to be Apocalypse. Should I change or stick with it? You can get further with Dreadclaws. I'm not sure where the limit is, or if there's a limit and it just goes, you know, painful. Because that's the thing. Technically, every build can reach Torment 12. Some builds do it easier, some builds do it harder. And the question is, how much pain are you willing to go through? I mean, with my Tyrant's Grasp to get to Torment 12, super easy. It was really child's play. Getting here, like, the actual chains now and the Hell Fracture to Torment 12, also rather easy. Now, the defense, though, is a different kind of thing, right? Because the defense is definitely easier on the... was easier on the Tyrant's Grasp. And we're, like, here with the chains, we're a bit struggling on the defense. So we're going to see what we can do there. I'm going crazy with Skull Apocalypse. I mean, Apocalypse is amazing. Apocalypse is really killer. I mean, it's super... It's also not that hard to put together. I mean, I haven't actually looked. Like, I would have to Apocalypse build. Have to look at it. I think it's a bunch of sigil stuff, and then you put, like, these sigil things together. So it's not, like, complicated to get the pieces. Okay, let's see how chains are working against Uber Mephi. I mean, damage is nice. There's just a couple of... yeah, damage is really nice against him. I just get hurt. So let's hear open on the side. Apocalypse, Apocalypse, Apocalypse. Yeah, we could play it. We need Hemat Stone. You need the Flashword Carapace, the Sigil of Summoning. And that's it. And then a good two-handed weapon, and you're done. Oh, and the Hand of the World Breaker. Yeah. That's it. And then we have the Banished Soul's Talisman, and we're good. So I could literally just put that together, right? Okay, let's see chains here. I have poisons of Artas! I mean, look at the damage. It's really nice, actually. It's one of the easier Mephisto fights I've had. Wait for him to come. I actually did survive that hit. Should have... yeah, that's it. There's him. Pretty good, Chad, so far. Sorry. I love the music in the new part. How you feel it? Like the intro music, general musical, everything of like the whole campaign, all of that. It was kind of a hit. But the biggest hit you've done to the biggest hit you've done with this build, couple trillion, Joey. Also, you have to consider, due to the amount of change that we're throwing, we do trillions of damage just by being there. Like you can't actually see the amount of damage that we're dealing because it just nets to trillions, right? Oh my goodness. I didn't even see what hit me. So like the biggest damage we're doing is actually from normal. See, I can activate this. I can show you. So our biggest damage is actually hidden behind the passive, the soul shard. Come out here. There was a trillion hit. You just saw it. Gabriel, the final phase. Honestly, the final phase, you just gotta dodge the hands, the fire, and then you're good. It's like the biggest problem you can, or the biggest mistake you can do in the final phase is just to be too aggressive. Because you want to rush him, but you just let him go, and then he goes like, boop. And then when he starts doing the head phase, you're good. Yeah, you have to just move out. You don't get your abilities stolen, Joey. I know, stupid, but that's how it works. So do this. Some of my dudes. Put the thingy down. Look at the damage he's already taken, like, in this short amount of time just from the chains, right? Now spam chains again. And that's it. That was phase number 2, right? We build up the stun. So the plan is here to build up stun. Oh no. I get hit by those blips. You take them in the last phase. So usually, like, if you get him once into the other one. I mean, I don't even have a Crux of the False Prophets, by the way. We're just doing damage testing. Why can you not skip the cinematics? I mean, come on. It's Blizzard. It's a small, tiny company. They have never done Uber fights in a while. They literally don't know how to do this anymore, brother. So, like, that was phase 1. Absolute destruction. I don't know why we can't skip the phases. Ask someone smarter that knows stuff about game design. I don't know enough about game design to answer that question, right? Well, the backside mocks Diablo every time. You think that, right? But then we have the Heraldry Cube, which is actually better than all crafting in Path of Exile 2 right now. Despite me liking crafting in Path of Exile 2. I just stepped on that. Yeah, I stepped in the poison. I'm sorry, Chad. If you change your nether step to Gloomwalk, you can dodge a lot of his abilities. Yeah, but I don't like how this feels, so I'm not sure how you're vibing with this, chat. But whenever, so I like my nether step to do this, right? It's really quick. But if you actually put that 1 point in and you make it to Gloomwalk, then it's like this weird, and then I don't know. I never vibe with that one. It just feels super shitty. And I could never get warm with it. It makes like Nether Step feel like a weird shit ability. And I kind of like Nether Step. Yeah. Is the early skill balance non-existent? Pella has early 2 choices, Hammer or their shield throw. Zeal is utter trash compared to the 2. Rogue was the same with Penshop versus new skill. The new skill is just 10 times better. It's not that early skill balance is shit. Ultra low the real. It's just that some skills are single target skills and other skills are area skills, and that the single target skills need certain aspects and items to become viable, whilst the area target skills will always be better for leveling. I mean, ask yourself the question, do you want one skill that does 1,000 damage to one opponent, or do you want one skill that does 500 damage to 10 opponents? And then you get your question what you want to have, right? So I don't think that has a lot to do with early skill balance and just with the absolute nature of like how leveling and everything works. Because you just obviously want to, you know, have all the area damage going on to level as quick as possible. Oh goodness, why am I getting hit so much? It does make you untargetable beating. Well, you are actually untargetable in this too. So you can dash through attacks. Unless you just stand in an attack, right? So it allows you to dash through an attack. But it does not make you completely immune. Like for example, if I was wanting to go through Mephisto in his third phase, definitely Gloomwalk would be better. But I would never sacrifice my mobility just for the sake of Gloomwalking, right? You just feel terrible. That's beautiful. Is this the Warlock? Yeah, this is currently Umbral Chains Warlock, where you just put chains down and then you spam chains and then the chains explode and then you do more chains and then since more chains are happening, chains. Right?
So be it. You want the truth of what I am. Little
It's similar to the Health Fracture build, only that instead of Health Fracture, we're using chains. Oh god, this is just so much damage. Now, why don't I see the other red ones? I just literally missed them. So another thing that we want to try out, by the way, is today the Profane Sentinel. I'm not sure which one you would go for, if you go for Focus Glare or for Sentry. And then you would have to play Claws to make enemies stealth. You know? Because the Profane Sentinels would shoot at stealth enemies. Not entirely sure if that's what you do, right? And with some help, sir, we're not actually aiming to beat him. It's more like, you know, showing that the damage is there for the build. So this is more a test of, does it actually work? And the answer is yes, it does work. The damage is there. Functional, the build does exactly what I want to do. That's the only reason why we're here. But I don't even have a crooks, so I can't take the loot. We're not like, this is not about like I want to farm here something. We're just going for the does it work functionally. Would it be good enough to kill Mephisto? Limit testing, pretty much. I mean, that my survivability is not as good as I would like it to be, is set in stone. That my survivability could be better with better item is also a fact, right? I mean, at this point, I think more max life is what we would be aiming for. Oh my goodness! Stop throwing red balls at me. That was good. Get an instant stunning coming. It's like the perfect thing you kind of want to have him at, right? You want to have him stunned. That when he goes into the next phase, you can just boop him one single time. And he would just... and he would just die. There's only so much testing a DPS dummy allows for testing, Shrel. The problem with the DPS dummy is that it's a dummy, right? It doesn't hit back. It doesn't teach you real world consequences of doing what you're doing, right? You gotta properly fight him to get the most out. Maximum life. We had here maximum life. We have here maximum life. I guess the easiest level of resistance we could get is currently going for just more maximum life and rolling this one also to more maximum life until I have it like maxed out. But it refuses to become maxed out. On this chest for the whole day already, chat. So we're playing with barrier, right? So you could also play on the boots, probably barrier generation. Okay, that's the most. Because more max life is more awesome. A24 is trying to turn in Souls-like bosses. Sir, that's like, this is not Souls-like bosses, FYI. This is normal for ARPG to have these kind of bosses. And there should always be like a few bosses like this for the actual challenge. I mean, bosses with mechanics are great, especially when they're pinnacle. I never understood the dislike of that, if I'm honest with you. I mean, this is supposed to be a pinnacle challenge with a pinnacle boss, right? So that boss should be hard. I mean, we had Uber Lilith, and I know not a lot of people remember this, but Uber Lilith used to actually be hard. You know? When nowadays, she's a joke. But she used to be hard. Quiet, so... I mean, there's like occasionally like these high trillion hits, right? But they're not regular enough to be worth it. I mean, you actually like there was the time where you could nuke her, but yet you still had to go through her faces, right? And if you played a Necro, for example, with like 0 movement skills, you always had a harder time. If you were playing a Sorg, she was a complete joke because you would just teleport over everything she does. And then bury out of it. Silly goose, I know. I kind of feel like we should be tankier, right? We have 70,000 effective life. We have, well, I guess the only issue we have is damage reduction. I could see that. Because we're efficiently just juicing our armor, but we don't have actual damage reduction galore. There's also no good aspect we could play, because we're not doing damage over time, so we can't play the damage over time damage reduction aspect. And there's one final problem that we haven't solved with the build. And that final problem is currently that as we're fighting, versus bosses, we're not getting our apocalypse stacked up fast enough. Because the apocalypse is only required for a 4-second 100% damage increase. But when I say only required, I mean a 4-second 100% damage increase is kind of nice. But that also means that optimally you would want to have it every 4 seconds, right? To get the most out of it. What's the ability that gives you the chains? I know this will freak you out, but it's called abyssal chains. That's what the ability is called. See, now we're fighting this dude and there's only one target. So obviously it's going to take a while until we get the thingy going. And then we have it and we just win, right? So that's 2 trillion damage here. Easy peasy. The ability is called abyssal chains. Okay, we solved our Wrath issue here, so that has me happy. You saw 5 billion, which is 5 you see, like, it's trillion, right? 1 trillion. So this was getting triggered by Hellfire skills. We're playing the Sigil of Summons for a 30% damage multiplier. We could technically use the Sigil of Chaos. I could play the Sigil of Chaos and just have it hover around me. Technically. Because that would have my... Let's see. No, I didn't put the... No, I didn't put it on. Why not sub out the chains for Sentinel for single target damage? If I don't have the chains, I don't do damage, sir. I mean, the chains are my main skill. I mean, the chains have to stay. I mean, we could do Sentinel, though, because I want to try out Sentinel, but it's a complete different build again. So, no, don't worry. We'll do Sentinel, too, but I don't know how viable Sentinel is as a single spell to, like, pretty much play. Okay, let's see how the Sigil of Chaos works. So we have the Sigil of Chaos now around us, chat, essentially, okay? That means that we're continuously triggering volatility, which allows our Apocalypse skill to erupt twice, but it pretty much gives us also the Apocalypse skill the whole time. So that actually did work out in terms of, like, let's just have the Apocalypse stacking up like crazy. Yeah, that works. It's actually funny. It does give us one lesser demon to interact with. Yeah, this is quite convenient. I like it. Because this is like pretty much allows me to use the Apocalypse more per mob pack. I don't know what stunned me and killed me. I'm going to be honest with you. How do you get the other class-specific summons without having them on your skill bar? It is a... What is it called again? It is a set bonus. Oh god, so who's raining down fire on me? Jesus. Who's raining down fire on me? Is it that dude? I'm just trying to pick up my Heart of Stone and there's like such a weird elite there. Are you excited for the PoE reveal? I'm partially excited, but also not because I'm gonna still have to wait so long. Right, don't get me wrong, I'm really looking forward to it, but that means we're still going to have to wait a significant amount of time before we get the actual patch. Okay, this definitely does increase our damage output overall, right? Because so by Why is the apocalypse here interesting? Because everyone that actually survives my apocalypse blast, right, gets 100% more damage. So I'm pretty much just blanketing this, and then everyone just takes 100% more damage. Very useful. The question rather is, how well does this work against single targets, right? Try this against the boss for sure. The biggest problem is we're losing one greater demon with a sigil of summons. And that one greater demon is a 30% damage multiplier minus for losing the sigil of summons. Okay. But we do have the sigil up a lot of times, so that actually works. Give me the boss. Okay, we do this, we do that, and we get the... And against a single boss, it doesn't really work as well. I was hoping for a bit more. Red charm. Red main's dead. It's the Rihanna build. Kind of. Okay, so a few things to think about with this one. Let's put this on the in the safe. And this is chains. Now the thought would be, how do we let's pull this out? What do we do with the Profane Sentinel though, Chan? I know the Profane Sentinel himself can do damage, so this one is increased damage when it's only single target, right? It's also beam is wider. And then you could technically have like 2 more sentinels, but how does that function when you do that? Because you can't spam the sentinel, right? So you would still need to have like an actual skill. Correct me if I'm wrong. Right? The sentinel, right? And he's just beaming here. You would need like something reasonable to have him scale. You'd probably also have to focus on abyss skills over cold skills. See how much damage the sentinel does like when we just go for our Agrim thingy. Before we do that, and I assume that that broke, ladies and gentlemen. I assume that the grandfather Sentinel. I-beam ring. It just seems so weird because you're going to summon the Sentinel, but then what? You know? Then what after summoning a Sentinel? Because the Sentinel is not a Wrath spender. You can summon this, right? And then you have it laser away. I don't see like any crazy damage. Man, like, you're right. And this goes up to 8 million. Obviously, if I get more ranks and abyss skills, I mean, if I now summon my demons, then the damage is higher. And then the beam is looking at rather millions. The thing is, like, if you summon the eye, right? You could obviously go for this one too. It's locked onto an enemy. It's stronger it becomes, doing more damage every second. Gives like your recast skill. And there's some damage coming out of this. I mean, you could probably play this one here. Summons an additional eye for 10 seconds that follows you. So if you go for Vanguard Shard, and then you go for Demon Form, and then you would have your Sentinel go around with you, right? If you play the Apocalypse build, you can play Grandfather, and you can play or play a two-handed weapon with the overpower aspect hammer. There's no, like, so how do I say this now? If you have a Grandfather that has the greater affix on damage, for example, definitely worth it. Okay. If you go for the normal two-handed weapon, you want one preferable that has weapon damage on it, right? And 2 multipliers. Unless it has 2 multipliers, you don't want it. Something like this here with like weapon damage, greater affix, and then critical strike damage, and you need fire damage, right? You wouldn't be happy with just 1 multiplier. So as critical strike damage, for example, I would have to re-roll the maximum life now into vulnerable damage multiplier. My Grandfather was greater affix to all stats, which is fantastic. One has a greater affix weapon damage, already great. Needs just the other 2 multipliers. This one does have maximum life, but I think you understand, right? What are you looking for? So you need two multipliers at best. Otherwise, going for a 200 weapon is not worth it. And, well, the greater affix to weapon damage, because that's what you get like ahead of the Grandfather pretty much. And if you can get that, you're good to go, right? Stony, thank you for the subscription and support. Stony, very good to see you there, partner. Hope you're doing very well. What happened to the Hell Fracture build? Nothing, Crumbs. The Hell Fracture build still exists. We've been just experimenting around. So this is like the Hellfire build is still Hellfiring. We did experiment with a new amulet. So if we like just decide that instead of using the Hemat Stone now, we would actually like to use the A different amulet. Kind of interesting. So you have like this one.
That's it for that piece.
The human stone is like kind of works, but we wanted to try out like what if we swap amulets? How does that jive? The grandfather is equal strong. Well, yeah, if you have the perfect weapon with like 4 greater affixes, it's going to be more powerful than the grandfather. As it's still the hell fracture build, is still hell fracturing around. I still like this just way more than the chains build. It's not that the chains build is terrible, Chad. It's just that the hell fracture build just plays better, right? And what can I say? Both are good builds, but the chain build feels like it's doing so much just to get basic things done. Well, the hell fracture just functionally feels faster. Now, I definitely did see more trillions with the chains. But I just like vibe more with the fracture build. Also with the fracture build, we did not have to play the Godslayer crown. Because you're pretty much hitting the whole screen. So if you would have to now decide between the chains and this, Chad, what do you personally find more appealing? Oh my goodness. I really need to fix the defense. I really need to fix the defense. There's just a really there's a really long line of pain I'm willing to go through before I'm willing to actually fix the defense. You know what I mean? A very long line of pain I'm willing to go through. And I'm like, maybe now has the time come that maybe should take care of the defense. Can you use Kalian and a Mythic and get double unique powers? What? What is the Kalian? I mean, yes, you can use 2 unique amulets. I use the Banished Lord's Talisman as my main amulet right now, and I can use any other amulet while the Banished Lord's Talisman is a charm. For certain. The only advantage the chains now have, like, over the hell fracture is that the chains allow you to spam more. So that technically makes you tankier. Because faster casting is more temerity. Informatory defense. Oh, we actually played Demon Form on this, apart from Apocalypse. But since I put in the Shadow Stab, we've actually been like not really like on any movement speed downside. This felt really good. I think the chains, they can do a pit faster right now. This is the first time we try out the fracture with the amulet, by the way, Chan. We need to go to a Torment 12 boss and see the difference. Because you already know what we can do already with this. This does here also feel extremely good in Torment 12, by the way, for like Helltide farming. So you click like the button and everything dies. Boop, 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 boop. Chains definitely killed the 110 boss faster, that's for sure. A fracture is just so much more appealing to play. There's something I just really functionally don't like about chains. Oh, that was a lot of beautiful damage coming together. Yeah, the chains were faster. But let's still jump to that Torment 12 boss and check that. He dies. Everyone is happy. How do you get unique charms? Well, this is how you get unique charms, Chad. And Druid phase with 40%. Woo woo! Let's make a hardcore character. Whee! Not that they actually share anything, but let's make a hardcore character, okay? I finished the campaign and feel kind of lost. Do war plans. You go to Tema's main city, and now you're going to do war plans. And you're going to enjoy them, hopefully. Okay, Torment 12. Same Belial. You remember how quick we killed him with the chains, right? So let's see how that vibes now. You're tier 5 and you don't have to do it now. You need to take your time. That's the most important thing. It shouldn't matter that all these people are rushed like forward and they're like sitting in higher torment tiers. That shouldn't stress you out at all, right? Because it really doesn't matter how fast they went somewhere. They have the experience to do that, right? It's kind of like when Makuna was making the video about being like too fast through the campaign, and it's kind of like, I mean, you know what you're doing. Surprise, you're fast through. Who would have guessed? Yeah, chains is faster uptake here. Interesting. Now, if we could only make chains actually feel as fun as playing Hell Fracture. I guess this is like a matter of impossibility to make chains feel as good as Hell Fracture, because Hell Fracture just feels so good because it's a very good looking skill. A trillion damage with the fractures. Is this PoE Kitava? No. No. I'm having to slow down now as I can't for the life of me beat Lilith and Torment 8 for this season. Oh, you'll get there, Rain Emperor. I mean, worst case scenario, you'll just have to choose to go for the OP build, but you'll get there.
It is done.
Physical damage, but the rest is shit. Lucky hit chance for resources. Nope. Easiest way to probably get Lilith beaten is start looking for the right crafting bases. It's going to help you tons. Right? So just to compare this now 1-to-1 as we're here, right chat? Let's go to the chains quickly. Which is only 2 different items, by the way. Yeah, chains isn't that different. And let's go to Belial again. Oh, he didn't reset? Do you know any unique to help a Metamorph and Blazing Scream build? Isn't there a Blazing Scream unique? I'm not sure how good it is, but isn't there one? Last I remember, there was something that does something for Blazing Scream. I don't know what exactly. It's been a while.
You face the Lord of Lies. Come, be crushed like the insects you are.
So you see, we're standing still here. We're spamming the chains, and the damage is just vastly higher. I won't call it melting, but definitely superior to using the I'd say twice as fast, right? Okay, so our Godslayer crown is still terrible, ladies and gentlemen, which is a problem because it makes us weaker. Our chest piece is maximum defense. The problem is that it has armor on it instead of anything damage reduction wise. Now we said we could put on Tyrells to kind of fix this, right? So we don't have to take care. We get healing, we get temerity. Temerity is great. We get damage while fortified with the stacks. The critical strike damage here would still have to make to overpower stack, damage per overpowered stack, damage per overpower stacks. We do have attack speed temper there, and we do not have anything on the Scourge. But we also don't have a good Scourge. Drakkar Warlock is superior in damage? Nope. Not to this. We could do damage per overpower stack on this one as well if we wanted to. Oh, great. Great. Straight up high rolled, huh? I wish we could make enemies vulnerable with our skills by not using the wolves. That would currently be solving a lot of issues, but I don't have a single vulnerability thing going on, right? And the only way to make enemies vulnerable I could make enemies vulnerable with a Blazing Scream, I guess. Technically. I mean, we anyways wanted, like... biggest issue is it's only alive for 5 seconds, so we would have to, like, pay way more attention to have him up. And that's kind of shit. Because he would be like a chain minus. But if he does vulnerable, then you could put on the Qui rune. Which gives you a bonus, barium. You can actually send this out, but then you'd have to like take care of it every 15 seconds already. It's just like a bonus barrier that you have. And you can send them forward, and it makes everything vulnerable. It's kind of useful. Tap it, vulnerable. Yeah, you now like notice how much more damage this is actually doing over the health fracture once you have this put together, right? Oh no, the butcher! I'm burned on something. So the pit is done, chat. I'm a demon. Can you make them vulnerable from Dark Prison? Dark Prison doesn't make enemies vulnerable. Ice, thank you for the Prime subscription and support. Ice, very good to see you there. Hope you're doing well. So the Dark Prison does not make things vulnerable. Dark Prison has weakens enemies, and it also fortifies you, and it does rotate around you and slow them. The biggest problem is if we do Blazing Scream to make things vulnerable, then we do not have a fire damage source apart from Sigil of Chaos. I miss a lucky hit chance to make enemies vulnerable. I do really miss that. It was so easy, so much easier. Word skin on a charm can make them vulnerable. Yeah, but do you think that's worth it? Honest question. Word skin on a charm. Actual worth. It's like, oh no. The kind of sad that they took away the lucky hit chance to make things vulnerable, right? I'm not, it's gone. I haven't checked in a while, but yeah, it's gone. They're not a temper? But which temper? No? Weapon? Oh. Okay. It's sad to lose the temper for that, though. I mean, due to the amount of spam we're doing, it definitely works to make enemies vulnerable. So that one is, it's working functionally. Right? I'm not sure why this guy is not taking the chains damage. Is he just in a shitty position to actually take chains damage? One thing I haven't like really found out yet. Do I shoot past them? Do I shoot at them? Do I shoot in them? What do we do, Chan? I mean, our barrier is barriering, Chan. Apart from if I'm standing like here in poison and that kills me, right? Give me the stone. Out of my way, you stupid thingies. Oh, there's a billion damage. Whee! Trillion damage, sorry. It's like inconclusive for me. Do I want to play this long range or do I want to play it inside the opponent? And if I want my blazing scream to do something, I need to stand inside. And if I want my chains to erupt that are bound to my other demons actually do something, I guess I need to also stand inside. Because the goal is, again, to do the most damage, to actually have your chains erupt. Okay? So we're spamming as like an insane amount of chains that then, due to the interaction with like overcasting these chains, will like erupt the chains over and over again, which then creates this chainception. And it kind of works. Relentless, good to see you there. Pleasure. I mean, I do feel somewhat tankier now with the addition of like the lucky hit chance to make enemies vulnerable. We do also get that lucky hit chance instantly triggered, so I guess that's a good thingy, right? As soon as I start putting down these chains, lucky hit chance is on. So we get that. There's a specific way to farm Opticide war plans. I mean, you will be steeped in Opticide in no time, and then you'll be lacking Forgotten Souls. So Opticide is really not the bottleneck this season. I mean, I sit at 111,000 Opticide. Humble brag. Like 2 or 3 Opticide, as you notice. That's great. She just waltzed through my shit. Yeah, but the damage is like massive in comparison. But the best soul shard demon is in general. There is no best soul shard demon because it hardcore depends on what you're doing. I mean, for example, I summon Veloch. And I'm summoning him together with everyone else because of the set I'm using, which is the Horizon set. But the reason we're summoning them all is actually really simple. Because we get like damage multipliers and everything from it. But that's not the main thing why we actually summon it. The main thing why we summon all of these together, or the main reason why we're using Veloch in particular, is because he gives us overpower stacks. So whenever you summon this guy and use his ability, you get 4 overpower stacks. And your maximum overpower is also improved. So we're going from 10 possible overpower stacks up to 14 possible overpower stacks. And since every stack of overpower is giving us a significant increase of damage, that's actually quite powerful. Yeah, that's what we're pretty much doing here. That works kind of well. And we're hitting her for the good old trillions, so that's certainly working. But as you notice, there's always some more defense that we could be going for. Freya, thank you for the Prime support. Freya, very good to see you there. Pleasure. Yeah, 300k Opticide, that's normal. As I said, you're going to be absolutely starved for Forgotten Souls. I mean, today we didn't really farm Forgotten Souls, and we're down to, like... We're down to 1,000, which is bad. I mean, we could get a lot of Forgotten Souls back in no time, so that's that, but still. Would you recommend the chains or the grasp? Well, you've just seen how fast chains kill, like, a Torment 12 boss, right? So now go over to the Tiny's Grasp build. Still Torment 12. They're just like functionally very, very different builds. Tyrant's Grasp, I can do that, right? It's really fun.
What is reality? Only what I allow you to be.
You're gonna do that, and then
This realm will be mine. Fall into darkness.
oh no, I don't have my lucky hit chance. Jesus. I missed one resource thingy. It's like, yeah, my damage needs to ramp in this build, but once it is ramped, it's actually quite nifty, right? And quite disastrous for our opponent. I mean, currently we have been pretty much having like the actual demon form that you'd usually kill me. I've been having it on for quite a while now. And usually the demon form should have killed me like a couple of times over. So the advantage, more or less, of this build is just the extreme tankiness. I mean, you're sitting at 80,000 life. If you're in demon form, 84,000. If you're actually casting skills, your life stacks up even further. So this is like the actual Tyrant's Grasp build in comparison to all the others just doesn't die, right? Because it can't unless you make a mistake. And if I go into pit 110 with this, Sad, thank you for the Prime subscription and support. Striker, also thank you for the 25. Freya, Relentless, Isendar, all of you. So this is the same 110 that we did with the other two, right? Difference of me just standing here and ramping up my damage, right? Once the damage is fully rammed due to the amount of attack speed that you have and the amount of defense that you have. Even the bigger elites, right, are just being eaten. So this is like what you're doing with this, right? So I like the Tyrant's Grasp personally the most because it's like super fun and there's a lot of scaling left. I mean, we have the Grandfather, for example, but I could make a perfect two-handed weapon like this one, right? And this one is actually better, especially if I reroll the willpower into a damage multiplier. We can like get better gloves still that also have vulnerable. We could get better ring because our ring is kind of shit. The amulet is nice, and we re-rolled this into even more damage now. As a helmet, we're missing the, what's it called again? We're missing Air of Perdition, right? You can't get an Air of Perdition? Yeah, I've been waiting for that as well, sir. Don't worry. I mean, I've gotten many mythics, so we're sitting again at like 6 resplendent sparks. And if you're looking at this, so we get like an abundance of them, but we don't actually need them. So this is just what's floating around in my inventory. But none of these is like required for anything. So I could reroll some to maybe get an Air of Perdition, but I've been rather unlucky. Also, it's always every single time it's like 50 million gold. I'm not made out of gold. See, that's 2 sad pieces again. Don't need a ground poppy. 100 million gold down the drain, right? I mean, could I just go for, what is it called again? Could I just go for the forced roll? Yeah, I could. But I usually never do that because I'm annoyed. Right? Because in order to craft this now, the helmet I need, I would require 6 Quay runes, 6 Gar runes, and 6 Ya runes. I mean, if I look at all my characters, I don't even think I have 6 Gar runes. However, I don't have like 6 Gar runes, right? I definitely don't have 6 Quay runes. And I most certainly don't have 6 Ya runes. So yeah, that's that. This build is better than Rampage. Yes. This build certainly does more damage than Rampage easily. It's a fantastic. So this is right now, like, I would reckon the strongest build in terms of the whole setup, right? This whole survival. Like in terms of like how much damage it does and how tanky it is, all these things together. Whereas the other builds definitely have a very amazing ceiling on what they can do. So the actual like fracture and chains or creed. I think chains has the potential to obviously do vastly more damage because chains does do insane amount of damage, right? But yeah, the problem is with chains, the survival, despite actually playing temerity, right? It would probably help if we go for some kind of damage reduction, right? I'd probably play Tyrell's Chest. If I wanted to be, if I'm not being annoyed by having to play Tyrell's Might, I would probably play Tyrell's Might. Because, like, in all reality, the best thing that I could put on here is, where's Ty? Oh, my, the fix. There's Tyrell's. Then I can just master work it out. %35 damage reduction, right? Why wouldn't we get that?
Good luck, mainlander.
We're gonna check if we have a new Neo and Prit. Now we have ties, and obviously the advantage of tie is that we also do that we throw out the beams, right? I'll pick this up. Activate it all. I'm gonna jump forward. Demons into demons. It's not like that I couldn't already see anything and now I can't see even less. Right, ladies and gentlemen? If I shoot Tyrells out. Now, all things considered is like intriguing to play ties because like this one, due to the spam and due to using the apocalypse and increasing the enemies to take 100% extra damage, like Tyrells works double well, as we're just like we're having them take bonus damage, which just works with our build, right, for our damage, but they also take just more Tyrells damage. Look, Mom. 3 trillion head. I partially don't even see if anyone is like alive or not alive, because I don't actually just see it, right? I don't know where the enemy is. Stupid red goblin thingies that we absolutely abhor and hate. Did I forget my stone? I forget my stone. So I'm pretty sure without Tower Rolls, we would have died a couple of times over already. And there we're dead. It makes us tankier, but it doesn't make us undying, right? And these random occasional deaths are just annoying. Where's the problem of just being so tanky that you don't die, chat? Right? Right? Who doesn't want that? So that's like, but with Taro, pretty much. Can I level up gear that I like? I feel like gear is so irrelevant because every drop a stronger piece, I'm level 30 or something. While you're leveling, you're just replacing everything in the millisecond. So don't you worry. While you're leveling, you just find something better, replace. Find something better, replace. Find something better, replace. Bop, 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 bop. You're not going to be taking your time to be like, oh, no, look at this piece of item. I'm going to keep you for the next 20 levels. Oh, no, you're not. You're, in fact, not, my friend, keeping that for the next 20 levels. In fact, going to replace this as soon as possible. See how long it takes in the Helltide to actually die. Oh well, this is totally. I can see everything. Is this fine, chat? I can see everything. Everything is fine. This is fine. Fairly balanced, like it all should be. Have you tried using Enduring Faith? I mean, if you use Enduring Faith, you're losing like 200% damage. Yep. Enduring Faith is great for if you play hardcore, right? But I don't see the need to ever play Enduring Faith in a non-hardcore scenario. I mean, obviously it's going to make you tankier. Who would have guessed? But it's not going to provide you otherwise with anything meaningful. Got to Torment 10 so far with your build. Thank you. I'm happy you made it. We forgot to hand in the... We forgot to... There you go. Oh, by the way, chat, tomorrow we're going to actually start the Druid journey, in case you missed it. Because we want to do a boulder build. An exploding boulder build. And we also want to do some lightning shenanigans. So, just as a slight heads up. And you're not too confused about things. Oh, also, should we show you the basic skill lunatic build? Lunatic, chat? I'm not sure if I have the pieces to make it work. We can check. Because there's a build how you turn into a lunatic and zoom around the world. And it's supposedly very, very tanky, very powerful, very fun. You're going to laugh your ass off. Okay. Let's actually do that. You know? Let's do that. I like the fracture. I like the chains. I think the chains are worth to be landing in a video. Here, lunatic. The witch doctor one that Voody's cooking. Yep, Voody is cooking it over in hardcore, which often leads to weird choices of charms and stuff. It is the build that works with a cage. So the Cage of Madness, chat, is this item here. Command Fallen deals increased damage, right? And it says your evade transforms you into an angry lunatic for up to 15 seconds that explodes, dealing Command Fallen damage increasing by 100% for every second you're transformed. So you're just going crazy. Now you also need the Pain Gorger gauntlets for that because it's a basic skill build and I don't have the Pain Gorgers. Where did the Pain Gorgers come from again? I knew I should have kept some of them, right? Gregoire. Oh, doorbell? That's my children. Be right back. Okay. So, Pain Gorgers. Yeah, let's do it in Torment 12 because why not? The drop quality is not different. Well, actually, no, let's do it in Torment 10. Because again, the drop quality is not different from 12 to 10, FYI. From 10 to 12. So you might as well do it in 10 to just save time. Okay. So the idea is behind the lunatic build that you turn into this lunatic and your main damage is Command Fallen. Okay. Good thing is this works with the Chains of the Horizon set as well. So the actual set that we have now been using the whole time does work for this too. And I'm pretty sure we could make Overpower work here too. Oh, wrong helmet. We just turned accidentally into a lunatic for a second, chat. Lunatic! 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 Oh. Oh shit, I gotta get rid of my charms quickly. Second. Oh, but the problem is, shit. I don't think they can boost basic skills, can they? What is Command Fallen for skill? Demonology. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Because we'll have to reroll so many charms for this. I mean, like, seriously. Because I need these with Demonology on now and not with Occult. Ugh. Well, I guess it's going to take a while, but it is what it is. You go over speed cap? Yes. So speed cap, this is interesting, chat, in case you didn't know this. Thank you for mentioning. So you might be at the 200% cap, but if you can actually go over it nowadays, and you can get more than 200% movement speed with like temporary buffs. So if you reach it native and then you get an ability that would like get you over, then we got gloves ancestral. I would prefer if I got them greater affix, but here. Oh, these are the wrong ones. Chat, these are the wrong ones. How absolutely upsetty spaghetti. Are we sure that pain gorgers are dropping from Gregoire? Or am I just being like absolutely obnoxiously unlucky? Cage of Madness drops here too, so I can get a better Cage of Madness, huh? Chan? Just everything you need for this build drop from Greg? Fist of Fate. No Fist of... Jesus, are you kidding me? Okay, so let's check. We got gloves that we could... We had like... We want a Cage of Madness. We want a really good Cage of Madness. This is the Fist of Fate that we don't need. This is Hands of the Worldbreaker that we also don't need. We're gonna keep one of the hands though, because it's never bad to have.
You know where to find me. Pity to break another's work.
You know, it'd be great if we also get like, how's it called again? Once in a while. Belial. Greek and Bartok. Okay. Well, Greek is definitely easier to reach than Bartok. The thing is, I know I had a couple of Pain Gorgers, but I thought I'd never play a basic skill build this season. So shame on me, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, the good thing is that also we got here Pain Gs. Nice. That we just get this one dropping here, right? Greater affix armor, take it. So we got Pain Gs, ladies and gentlemen. Can you believe how simple Torment 10 is compared to Torment 12? I mean, there's like a reason you just absolutely can't be fussed with this. A Beast of Ice used to drop Pain Gs, my friend. You're working on old knowledge. New knowledge is different. So a lot of the boss drops have changed, in case you don't know this. Now you know. Pain Gs 125 with attack speed. Let's go, Chad. I'll take it. That's a pretty decent ass outcome here right now. I like that. Okay, so we get the Pain Gs. We get a 320. Okay, this one has maximum life. It has armor. It has resource generation. The other one has fortify. So we're going to take the 320 here without the greater affix. It has max life. You know, you can reroll aspect infinitely until you become a perfect one. I understand that one, but I just am happy to find good ones and not give a flying fart. All damage multiplier, but this one had attack speed. We're going to take the attack speed. Everything else comes into the gutter.
That's it for that piece.
So, we need Pain Gs. Check. We're doing... Are we doing fire damage? Here. I was getting... We need a weapon that has... I mean, I could probably play Grandfather to make my life easier. Right? Let's reroll the willpower into all damage or physical damage. Thank you. Ta-da, ladies and gentlemen. What an absolute demonic blade, right? I'm going to put the aspect of summon damage on. Because we're working with summons in this case, right? It's Hellbound Commander. So let's do the skill tree. So your main damaging skill in this build is going to be Command Fallen. Okay. Command Fallen with bonus dominance. And I think you actually do the bonus 20% damage. Makes sense, right? We will do Command Fallen Sense of Forward a Mega Lunatic. Because the Mega Lunatic splits in 3 Lunatics. And then the all tiny Lunatics die. And that's actually really fucking good, right? We are going to play the Tortured Wretch. And you can play the Tortured Wretch as a punching bag. Which in any scenario where you would die would just prevent you dying. Now, I'm not entirely sure if we will need this down the line, because this is kind of like something you would do in hardcore to prevent your death in any way, right? But realistically, do we actually need this hardcore strategy in softcore, right? That's the big question. Then you can play the Rampage as a Demonic Smash build. So we can just jump around more. Yeah. And since we're spamming Lunatics, it would be best to play Sigil of Summons. Because if we're spamming Lunatics and you're using Sigil of Summons, then the Sigil of Summons should summon more Lunatics. And enemies within the Sigil of Summon would take more damage from your Lunatics. Meanwhile, Sigil of Summons would also deal more damage. So the way that would look now is you can do this, right? And you spawn Lunatics, as you can see. And then you can just go boom. So this is like your in-between travel formula, right? So like, and then you go boom. But your actual main damaging skill is going to be this one that you just hold down. You send forward Lunatics. Just do damage, right? This is like... And then you're going to get your Sigil of Summons. And you're going to take this as your movement skill. So this is your movement skill, right? You're going to do like... movement-wise. Then you're going to take your... this one together with the Sigil of Summons. And you're going to get like the... Hellworm out, and then the Hellworm is going to do the same as you do. Right? You're like, you're together pooping out. Like if you do this. Right, and then you just like twice this going on. Right, and like he's doing that too, and you're just lunating out. Now, obviously, this doesn't look like a lot of damage right now because we're not using our set. So currently, our set is again this one for... We have Seed of Horizon, right? So for Horizon, we now require that we use a Soul Shard Demon. Where it gets a bit complicated, because what are you now going to use for Lunatics to get the most damage out? So technically, the Legion Shard, because casting a greater demon skill increases the lesser demon skill's cast speed. Ergo, if I do this now, I would be able to cast him. Right, we get him out, and then I cast X fast. And then we use this, and then we cast X faster, right? And suddenly we're almost sitting at billions of damage. Look at this. That's a billion damage there. Right? And then we just do this, and then we can get like the thingy out, and then him with the dudes in, and suddenly we're sitting at billions of damage. So this was already like really easy to get billions of damage, right? Just like this. Now, the biggest issue is that we're not working with any kind of resource. So actually getting our... So that's really easy billions with this. That's stupid. But which fragment would you use? So the Agrim now passively spawns children, lesser demons. Every 0 deals 90 is useless. You're unstoppable, and your demonology skills deal increased damage as long as you have active lesser demon. I mean, technically, this is going to just have you do 15% more damage, but it seems so terrible, if I'm honest with you. I mean, it's 25% more cast speed, which is nice, but that seems to be about it. Right? But the other ones are useless, which is the biggest problem, right? So it's kind of like for Command Fallen, the only one that actually makes sense is this. Because all the other ones are shit, right? I mean, what is that? This doesn't make me happy. Another intriguing thing, chat. You know what we can't play? Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot play the Ring of Starless Skies. Yeah? Doesn't work. We can keep this ring here that does vulnerable, critical, strike damage, all damage multiplier, and damage per overpower stack. But we can't keep the aspect. Actually, we can keep the aspect for overpower stacks for now. The other one, though, needs to be... we need a ring. Let's make another ring for you, Chad. Higher damage multi is not my forte. All damage, attack speed. I mean, attack speed with all damage, and then we... Yeah, and then we reroll one. I prefer a triple damage ring, to be honest, but all damage, attack speed, cold resistance into something like vulnerable damage. Let's go. Look at that. This is like really Le Chef's kiss. Ooh la la. A cool aspect we can use. Which one is it, chat? Think about it. Moonrise. Can we use Moonrise? Yeah, fuck yeah, we can. So damaging an enemy gives you more attack speed, and it stacks up, and it gives you more basic skill damage, and it gives you more movement speed. So why wouldn't we use this? Right? Now, the amulet gotta go, though, because the amulet can't work here, which is not completely true because it is 86% bonus damage. But what I wonder is if we should maybe play the Seed of Horizon. Because the Seed of Horizon would be damage reduction and damage, right? Which is kind of nice. Problem is that it doesn't actually give us any multipliers. So you would get like damage reduction and you would damage. But it's like damage per Wrath you have. And currently we're sitting at 148 Wrath. So it's like 0.75 times 148. Which brings us up to 111% damage bonus. That's nice. But we would be missing out on... Where did I now put my amulet? We'd be missing out on the critical strike damage multiplier, the attack speed, the all damage multiplier, the critical... You know, like, you miss out on quite a lot just for that. And I'm not really sure if that's worth it, right? We could put the crushing aspect on this one if I wanted to. I wonder if it's going to be worth it, truly. Did I masterwork this up? I hadn't masterworked this up yet. Take the sword and masterwork it up. Oh, nice. I wonder if the aspect of adaptability still exists. Adaptability? No, it doesn't. Not in that case anymore. Does Mythic Seals only drop? No, Mythic Seals drop lightlier from Mephisto, but they can drop everywhere in the world. Okay, you might get super lucky. Which ulti do we play for this? 8 billion damage. Okay. I know which ulti. This is it's a demon form. And you know why is it demon form, Chan? You know why? Because demon form does have this one here. 1% more damage for each 1000 HP. Then we could also take Metamorphosis, does not replace any skills and grounds volatility. While active, each Hellfire still cast increases your Hellfire damage by, but burns you. But we don't actually use many Hellfire skills, right? And each cast deals 5% burning damage to you. So this is like for Hellfire skills. But we just want Demon Form as long as possible because the other two are not worth it, right? And we just longer in Demon Form. And then you could also reduce the dominance cost. Okay, we don't need Shadow Step, so Shadow Step is virtually useless. We have the Wretch if we then want the Wretch, but we could also replace the Wretch through something else. So it would pretty much be... turn Demon Form, and now we're going to be Demon Form forever, right? And the only thing that's going to hurt us is the moment where we... It's like we're not burning ourselves. Apart from if I start doing this, then we start burning ourselves a little bit. And that means I gotta like just go out of demon form every now and then, right? To just have it like really restack. But the burn is gonna be so minimal that it doesn't matter. So we're sitting at 17 billion damage already. And that's without a single skill rank, chat. Okay? We just threw this together. It's 17 billion damage and we do not have a single skill rank. I don't even know if we will need temerity for this. I mean, I'm going to keep temerity right now, correct? Because I just like the idea of temerity. We're going to definitely replace our chest piece through something else, though. Because we need overpower stacks, because I want to work with overpower stacks. Because you can, like, really easily do overpower stacks right now. Since we have this, let me show you something cool. Okay, let me show you chesticle, chat. Mighty chesticle, big fat chesticle. There's my chesticle. The problem is, no, it's 200 weapon chesticle. So that where's my other chesticle? That's my other chesticle. So the basic idea would be that we probably play this aspect. Overpower? Overpower. It's called the aspect of malevolence. You gain overpower for each 10 wrath you gain while at maximum wrath. Okay? So what's going to happen is now that we have Tybalt's Will, again, that gives us the damage per overpower stack and overpower and all that kind of stuff, right? But we need these stacks of overpower. Now, obviously, since we use a basic skill and we don't use anything else, what happens? Okay, so we have like 0 stacks of overpower, okay? But if I now start casting, and I start doing this, and then demon form, we're suddenly sitting at here, 12 stacks of overpower, just like that. Look at this, chat, 70 billion damage. Throwing forward my shitty little demons. You heard right. Yeah. Where is that? Explain. And this is without the Paragon board. Okay, like the Paragon board is not there, chat. Let's just, should we just fix the Paragon board now as well? Because right now we're playing the wrong we're playing the wrong everything. All damage multiplier, fucking go. I'm out of Forgotten Souls though. We've done too many builds today and we have not played enough. So I'm actually really sorry for this, chat, that we have done so many builds today and not played so much. I hope the stream is still interesting and you're still enjoying this and it's still like kind of intriguing for you. But I know this is like, you know, maybe a bit dry sometimes because we're more fucking around and finding out than actually playing. So my apologies. Is this a little heads up? We're gonna put something in attrition. Attrition is hits from Arcfiend skills, but is that an Arcfiend skill? No, it's basic. So Arcfiend skill doesn't work, but Demonologist works, right? Demonologist is Demonology skills. Then I can easily go for that one. One of the bigger scalers for this. Then we're going to play Fathomless, because Fathomless is insane, because for every demon we have summoned recently, we do more damage. Surprise, chat. How many demons have we summoned recently? Yeah, a lot. We're going to go for... I mean, we could do destruction doesn't work. Empowered works for every 5 willpower within range, increase overpower damage. And now, but this is just for cool skills. Fuck. Abyssal doesn't work. Vulnerable does work. Yeah. We just have to make enemies vulnerable then. There's so much willpower to be had in this board. We need Demonic Spicules, damage against enemies, and then it stacks up to 120% multiplier. And due to the amount of demons that you're sending out, it's going to be like, oh, demons, oh, demons. I need to go out, in and out. Preferable from every single side, to be honest. I mean, the cooldown reduction we don't require, so that's something we can completely ignore. I wonder, willpower increases the bleeding to bleeding targets, crowd controlled. Demon form damage bonus increased, that wouldn't work. I mean, this one does work. Greater demon summoned. This is demonology skills. I guess we're going to play Icar Carapace because Icar Carapace gives us more armor, but it's just a straight up damage scaler. I just don't see it like, because it's like, again, it's additive damage, yes, but additive damage is very useful. So it would be stupid to ignore that. Right. Why are we getting all these max life stacks? More max life is actually extremely important because it's scaling our damage as the demon form build. Okay? Just so you know. Then we have Dominion. Spending dominance to summon a demon. Could work. I mean, we want Ritualism because Ritualism is just use a sigil, so that one is simple. And it's damage per overpower stack, yeah. Because you can go in this board here. It's actually a really killer board. Then you can pick up the defense. You go through, and as you can see, it's like willpower galore, right? And then you leave on the side while still harping all this willpower here to take even more defense, to take even more max life, to then really go for the... Yeah. But what do we take now? Dynamism would be more damage per dominance, but we use up dominance. Pyrosis doesn't work. Abyssals doesn't work. Greater Hacks would work. Right? That would actually weaken enemies, so I think Greater Hacks is the final one. Problem is that Greater Hacks is like the shittiest board of all Warlock boards. Like, Warlock has only S tier elite fuck yeah boards. And then there's this one, and you just hate it. I mean, you genuinely just hate it. You're like, what the shitty shit is this? Now, we need different skills, though. Okay? because we have 2 more left. Okay, so this one is demonology skill. This one is demonology skills. This one is vulnerable damage. All of them work fantastic. I'm almost willing to play control. I mean, if I could do this, eviscerated target. But none of my skills eviscerates, right? Right now, Eliminator seems reasonable. Worst case scenario, I could increase my critical strike damage because it's actually a nice stack. I would hate to do this. Like, literally, like, I think it's terrible. And because we're going to be losing the actual multiplier. But since we do have quite some crit, it could be considered worth it. Back me up here, chat. Back me up here. This is fine, right? We're not. It doesn't look as terrible as it looks. Okay. Let's take all the max life we can. Why all the max life we can? Because more damage multipliers. Okay. How much damage would that now net us? Let's do a pit 100. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Pit 100. Just to vibe with this. So the basic idea is, again, we're zooming through. We're just hitting our shit. Okay, we're putting the curses on them. Let's do that. I can already start with this. So we're gonna just basic skill spam. No, damage is insane. Oh shit. Sorry. I need to get used to all the buttons I can press. So we need to do this, there, then die, then summon this one. Lunatic. The damage is crazy that I just see coming here. Now I have to stop summoning the wretch. That makes no sense. I mean, that damage is illegal for a basic attack build. I mean, keep in mind we're just holding down on the basic skill, okay, Chad? Now 281 billion basic skill damage. Why does my Angram keeps dying? He kept like dying. Something feels weird. I mean, we do the damage, right? We do the damage, but something feels weird in the smoothness of the build yet. We just spam that out. That works, obviously. Everything we heard. Great Hour 12 overpower stack, so that one is working. To make sure that we keep our demon form active and never accidentally press that button. Because that's the maximum damage we deal. Mm-hmm. Sadly, that doesn't actually do damage, right? Definitely funny. We use our thingy up for traveling and then we travel like this. I think we have a rather low crit chance currently, though. He keeps killing our Agrim. And I think that's the one where we would get stunned, right? He keeps killing him. Okay, let's do a Torment 10. No, not Torment 10. We need to do a Torment 12, right? Torment 12 or bust. Belial, just to see how that goes. How to not be one-shot by Mephisto? I have 100k life and still keep being one-shot. The last phase does one-shot you in many things, but is also that... I don't like the wretch gameplay currently. You have to consider... Come on, brain, say it. You have to... Damage reduction. Right? So, life ain't everything. I like the mobility of this one.
This realm will be mine.
And we kill him kind of as fast, not as fast as the chains build, right? But hell, it's a basic skill build, Chad. There's a 600 billion hit. You know, it would feel great if we could eviscerate this. That would feel great. I wonder if they fixed the eviscerate fragment, because then you could actually stack like a lot of bleed per opponent. Because there's an aspect that should have worked with the eviscerate fragment. See, 424 billion, but I wonder. So I wonder, like, where's that occasional super big hit coming from? So, like, with everything stacked up, by the way, Command Fallen gets a billion damage, Chad. Of all of this stacked up, look at this. Command Fallen has a billion damage tooltip. That's crazy. Okay, we're missing skill ranks now, though. So it comes to the craziest part, ladies and gentlemen. Do you know what the craziest part is? We're missing all the plus skill ranks that we could get from this. So we're missing 15 possible skill ranks. I'm gonna roll them now. So this is 3 to Demonology skills. Thank you. It's gonna take a while to get because I'm again like +2 is Phoba. Hero. Because there's only one that helps me, right? There's only demonology skills. There's no hellfire, occult, abyss. It's just that. Whereas like for the other one, I could go for occult or abyss. That was helping. Here, I can only go for core skills. Wouldn't also work because we have a... Oh. Oh. That's a first. Oh, I have a Phoba with 3 to demonology as well. Oops. Good to know. Are we just getting lucky, Chad, for no reason? My glyphs are all at 100, pretty much. I mean, getting glyphs to 100 is so simple. If you farm 110, they're just getting there, right? Oh, a Beru. Nice. Okay. Come on now. 3 lore. Yeah. Let's go, Chad. And we're only missing a fur. Rhythm lore, so I can keep that. Actually, let's reroll the one for Abyss Guild. Yep. It's unlikely that I'm getting exactly what I'm looking for. I mean, I need a fur with demonology ranks. Now, I might get demonology ranks, but not on a fur. Highly unlikely. Okay, let's just be happy. So this is plus 12 skill ranks, okay? We already had 1 billion tooltip damage, Chad. Okay? Let's see how much more this is now when we're going for him, okay? So we saw what, like 400, 600 billion from from our basic skill. Let's see how high can this go? How high can this go? We still have to test if the amulet, by the way, is better, or if the Seed of Horizon amulet would be better, especially when we then get more Wrath. Oh, I forgot to reset this. I'm an idiot. Someone punch me in the throat, please. Thank you. Thank you. Move, bitch. Whee! So absolutely unnecessary, right? Okay, 468 billion, 400 billion shot. Let's go. 526 billion. Tell me when we see the trillion. $650. Careful now. $713. $675. Funny. There's a unique weapon for basic attacks. There is a unique weapon for basic attacks, but it wouldn't work because the two-handed weapon is just better. What you're thinking about is the Shot of Varathiel. Shard? So yes, basic skills deal 100% increased damage, but additionally cost 25 primary resource. So you would actually have to make sure that you make enough resource, and you only generate 10 wrath with 1 command fallen. So you would get to that problem of actually having to take care of your resource cost shenanigans. So not necessarily worth it to actually play. Especially it's like 100 plus, but my Hellbound Commander's sword gives me 140 plus. And you're trying to do the biggest boom possible, right? So that's like a little bit the thingy. When we have the Cage of Madness, we have the Pain Gorges, which says damaging enemies with a non-basic skill cast marks them for 3 seconds. When a basic skill first hits a marked enemy, the basic skill's damage is echoed to all marked enemies, dealing 125% increased damage. So you do actually have to somehow mark them with a non-basic skill, which is your Summon Agrim and your Rampage. And then you can do bonus. Godot, can you do a short explanation to the Router Cube? We have 2 videos on it, my friend, in case you missed it, on YouTube. With like that really break it down to the teensiest, tiniest bit detail on literally how to craft like the perfect items in the Router Cube. High recommendation. Damage is insane, but we get to like pull enemies together. That's something to consider. Dude, damages. You technically make an amulet have the wild bolt aspect. It's an option. I'm trying to pick this stone up here. I wonder what kills my Agrim in between. This is something I'm not getting like behind right now. I don't like the demon. I don't like the wretch. We could play something else for the wretch. I'd take suggestions, guys. What if we have the Blazing Scream rotate around us to have like this as a constant damaging enemies with non-basic skills? What do you think about that? Because it says when you damage enemies with non-basic skills, right, they echo outwards and it marks them. So if I would have like this fire thingy like rotate around me, I would just consistently damage enemies with non-basic skills. I know that Agrim counts as well, but that's not the point. I just think I require the... I'm sitting at how much life? 50,000 life? That's a bit few. Need more. So the only annoying thing is now the very weak gloves that we have, because we need gloves with like damage multipliers on them, right? Infinite demon form. Technically, if you don't go for the demon form, you could go for... other things. I guess I need more attack speed. And with this build, you probably want to be at the attack speed cap, right? I mean, that boss got molested. I'm not sure what to think, Chad, about this build. I'm not sure what to think. It's kind of funny. It's kind of cool. Do you have a trillion billion damage minion like build? Yes, we have a Army of the Dead minion build that does trillions of damage. So do I need the temerity? Technically, no, I don't need the temerity, but it kind of works, so I kind of want to keep it. We have the damage per overpower stacks. We have the basic skill stacking. So this one gives me 4% more attack speed for 10 seconds. That's 20% more attack speed, right? We get a base attack speed of 28. So that is attack speed here, and that is no attack speed over there. So we need more attack speed. And our crit chance is completely in the gutter, which is actually shit, right? But I wonder, do we just actually care about this, or do we ignore critical strike damage multiplier in this case and just go for other stuff? Because if I now, let's say, ignore critical strike damage multiplier, okay, we say like, fuck critical strike damage. Because we're like really cool, right? I was gonna say, like, you know, wave our hair and be like, fuck critical strike damage. And then we're gonna focus on replacing the amulet actually through the Seed of Horizon. Which has a high roll. That one gets damage for overpower stack as well. That one gets damage for overpower stack. Okay. And then we're moving into a nightmare dungeon, but in order to make this worth it, we're going to do a material reserve. Yep. Always do a material reserve, chat. Very worth it, especially in Torment 12. Because it drops like a lot of Forgotten Souls. So oh, I forgot to summon. Yeah, you need to summon like because then you only get the real damage, right? Okay. For the tunnels. You know what the advantage of this build finally is? Visual clarity, ladies and gentlemen. Visual clarity build. Honestly, this is very useful for just zooming through nightmare dungeons. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, where the fuck do I have to go in this nightmare dungeon? Holy Christ, McGee. Leave me alone. I'm just resuming Chan. Starfallen Idols can do. Okay, what are we feeling about the Wretch, chat? And if we wouldn't play the Wretch, what would we play instead? I'm taking suggestions here. Do you say like, hey, what if the Wretch isn't worth it, right? What if we're fortified anyway, so we don't need that? What if our damage is actually good? We don't need that. What then? So many forgotten sold. See, material reserve, in case you've never been, absolutely worth it. I wonder if I could craft an amulet that works better than the Seed of Horizon, that is not made for critical strike damage. Probably, right? And we just don't do crits enough with 14% crit chance. I'd have to do like so much to get a decent amount of crit chance that is absolutely not worth it, right? I think I know what's like killing my Angram in between. He's just dying because I get crowd controlled. And if I get crowd controlled, my dudes get sacrificed. It says travel to the shaman's lair, but the shaman's lair's here at the bottom? Oh no, in the middle. I haven't been in demon form the whole time. I haven't been in demon form the whole time, Chad. Someone send an exorcist. Okay. Bro, calm down. Alright, so you know what the advantage of the Tortured Wretch is, Chad? 30% more damage per Tortured Wretch. So if we are in a boss fight and we do this, that's 90% more damage. I guess reasonable, right? What I wonder is, so there is one aspect, ladies and gentlemen. And you know what that aspect says? It's this one. Eviscerate. So it says, if you fail to eviscerate an enemy, you apply bleeding. Okay, so the basic thing about this aspect would be that it technically... If you go for the eviscerate wretches, like the eviscerate wretches, they can fail. Okay? So you're going to put this down. It has a 5% chance to eviscerate. Okay, for 20 million damage. I put that down, and it tries to eviscerate, but it doesn't actually eviscerate. So it applies a bleed, but that bleed goes higher, higher, and higher. So now you eviscerate multiple times, right? And the bleed like goes higher and higher and higher. Now the theory is that if you would play the soul shard here, the ritualist soul shard, this one here, the evisceration fragment, while an enemy is eviscerated, your summoned demons prioritize them and gain increased movement speed. Lesser demon skill gain a chance to eviscerate enemies that are already eviscerated. Which means if you now spam these and you actually eviscerate someone and then you just spam these in, that technically there should be like an absolute stacking insanity of the this like stacking buff. Right? And do I see this correct? Is there a tick happening for 138 billion? Or am I just imagining this, Chan? That was the evisceration, huh? But was that now with the fragment? Because that's the question. If I now remove the fragment, okay, and we're going to go over to the sacrificial again. So now without the fragment, we're kind of like sitting at 3 billion. So this is not 100 billion, right? This is 3 billion. Let's activate the fragment again. Wait for all of this to go away. It's only useful for bosses. Yeah, but isn't that great? Okay, could this please go away? Okay, now we're gonna do... Goes into the billions. Yeah, see, now it takes for... There, it takes again. Look at that. 280 billion. It's just... That's a nasty tick that's just happening. 320 billion. 500 billion tick. 400 billion tick. 500 billion. Interesting. Not bad. Chat, not bad for just having this. Okay, let's teleport to Torment 12 Grig and try it out. The problem is it would lower the damage of my wretches, right? Because I lose an aspect that I would usually use for damage. See, I don't think he actually got eviscerated yet. That's the problem, right? So we're spamming him, and I don't think he got eviscerated. He got eviscerated. Chan. There's an actual billion stack happening. The problem is we need to eviscerate him faster to have the eviscerate stack quicker. Because the thing is that these here, the tortured wretches, they like so the aspect is still bugged. Okay. No, so the problem is that the aspect is still bugged. Because the aspect should work on everything, right? Also, the tortured wretches themselves are greater demons, so they couldn't actually stack this, right? How do I say this now? The fail to eviscerate, this stack here only works on the wretches, but it doesn't work on the command fallen, because the command fallen don't have a base evisceration chance. So this does actually work with the wretches to get them more. Now the problem would be, how do we eviscerate instantly? I mean, I could technically eviscerate instantly with a shockwave, right? And then start stacking right away. But that would cost me rampage, and I don't like that. Do we need the rampage if we can just run around, chat, as a lunatic? That's the question. Do we even need it? We're lunatic zooming, right? Marsh, Grig. What What if we take the aspect off? No, actually, let's try once with the evisceration demon. Okay, so we're gonna slam him with a rampage, chat. So, like, instantly eviscerate him, and then I don't think the rampage actually eviscerated him. The big question is always, is the evisceration even worth it when you do like hundreds, billions of damage with the hits? I guess it would be worth it like in the long run, but just not right now. This is a critical strike damage multiplier, damage over time multiplier, but basic skills. This is pain gorgers with physical damage multiplier, at least something. The rest is just really sad. Portal? Did I miss the portal again? The Nemesis portal? I don't really look for them. Laggy? Appreciate it. Okay, so doesn't really jive that well. It's a slushy machine. We haven't tried it. It was too spontaneous yesterday, and we had like guests already there. We're gonna do that on Ella's birthday now, and whip out the slushy machine and be the cool parents. I'm honest, these two. Damage reasonable. Now we need to put the aspect back in the box. Quickly. For overpower stacks. I'm just absolutely not a big fan of the random unstoppable one here and the 15% damage, right? And with the 4 overpower stacks, we just do so much more damage. I wonder if you want to play Agrim's chest piece, because that would technically give us a greater demon summon on top of what we're actually doing. Chan. Okay, that bonus poison damage from Varsh is really killing us, Chan. So there's a chest piece. It's called Agrim's chest. It gives us like another greater demon summon. And it would increase the damage of Agrim. I'm just not sure if that is in any way useful, because how much damage does that dude even do? So you have Agrim. Here, the carapace. So like Agrim and its summons deal damage. You additionally summon Agrim's other half and gain a second charge of Command Agrim. The basic idea behind this is that you're just going to get the the second demon for more power. I'm not even sure what his second half does, right? Let's just play that for a second. And I want to try out a pair of pants. I mean, technically we could go for a pair of pants that has command fallen on it, because I, by chance, ladies and gentlemen, I by chance have a pants with command fallen on it, which is actually crazy. Because I kept this for, I don't know what reason I kept this. I was like, maybe it's always sunny in Philadelphia. I don't know. There's going to be a day where this comes in handy. Turns out there are many days where this comes in handy, right? I need more Forgotten Souls. Honestly, we made like 3 different builds today. It's kind of grating on my resources, right? Making all these builds is really making me resource poor. My poor Druid, when he gets here, he's just not going to know how to cope with this, right? Poor man. The thing is, if I play these pens, what we can do is we can play the Heavenly Strength aspect, which is kind of good, because that one is 40% damage reduction. It's kind of good.
Step up to my
Okay,
anvil.
so we get the chest piece as well. Chan. Like it. It's just the poison from Varshan's dudes, cronies, just kills you, right? Interesting enough, we can like just face tank this. Okay, I'm just going to focus Varsh now. Varsh is annoying. We get hit by it again. That poison just kills us. Muted Dad Gaming, they with a Prime Gaming subscription. Dad, appreciate it. Last 2 times you get to Nemesis Lair. Damage over time is absurd. I mean, yes, but when hasn't it been? It's not like that this comes as a surprise, right? We know that the damage over time is absurd. I don't even know what he hits me with, though, in that moment where I get the damage over... Oh, no, I just actually stand in Lord Zer's blood pools. Oops. But why do I feel like we're doing less damage right now, Chan, by the way? With the chest piece. Although, so we get Agrim's other half. Oh, they just die so fast. They have like no staying power. They just get looked at and then they die. So we gotta kill this dude here so we're not getting poisoned to death. Okay, so I spam my potion as much as I can, chat, and I use the Undying Aspect, and I can still not heal against this. Missing Rune Word? Missing Rune Word is only Fortify, and then, like, a little bit... Actually, we don't even have the Crushing Aspect on, I think, right now. Because the Crushing Aspect would be our amulet that we don't have. Which reminds me... No, I need one without critical strike. All damage and cooldown reduction. have a good one. I have a good base flying around to work with right now, amulet-wise. I mean, I have this one for vulnerable damage, I guess. Add affix. Damage over time. It's terrible. Critical strike chance and willpower. We gotta remove the stat affix. And then we're gonna try to remove one of the other offensive affixes. That is not vulnerable damage, hopefully. Actually, not remove. We gotta focus reroll one of them. Yeah. But they're just terrible. I mean, if it rolls away... See, that's attack speed. That's acceptable. And then we're going to add a... The problem is all damage multiplier. Nice. See, that's way more my forte. And now the critical strike chance can be rerolled into whatever I actually want to. Demonology skills. It could be critical strike damage multiplier. It could just be intelligence, right? That's actually... Those are pretty good. Could reroll it into willpower as well, but we don't actually have the resources to reroll this. So let's not pretend I have the resources to reroll this right now. So we're gonna just put on the damage pro over power stack in the lowest roll possible. Then we're going to put on the crushing aspect. Then we're going to upgrade it and run out of Forgotten Souls on our way. Vulnerable damage multiplier. It's in gem and ring. Not only in ring, but also at the same time, I don't have any more gems, sir. I can make here normal diamonds. I'm sorry. This is the only thing I can make right now. Don't judge me. I'm poor. I'm not actual poor, but poor, but different poor. By the way, the chest piece I didn't like. That seemed like a waste of fortunately good potential. Yep. Oh, I forgot my thingy runes. Thank you for reminding me on the runes on the pants, because the runes on the pants are my vulnerable. Because how does this build make vulnerable currently? Right? It doesn't actually make vulnerable, huh? When we swap the pans out. I use wolves. Yeah, I mean, end of the day, that's what we all have to do. I can't wait for the moment where they're actually going to nerf wolves because everyone is using them. I mean, let's be fair. Like, how are you going to do vulnerable? Cersei! Ha ha ha! Cersei! Every single build. Eat shit. Eat shit. With your stupid, you know? Eat shit. Just tank through it, chat. Sometimes you just gotta do the do. Oh, I got another Ring of the Starless Skies. Well, I guess better to have than not to have. Huh? Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, you became a lunatic. I have a helmet for that. Now we're not playing the helmet to become a lunatic. It's just like a happy little coincidence, right? We're actually playing the helmet for 340% more damage on your basic skill. Because why would your basic skill not want to have 340% more damage? Exactly. Tell me, why wouldn't it?
That's it for that piece.
Mlore, but I have a Mlore with demonology skills. At least we didn't turn money poor today. I mean, we started the day with 600 million, chat, and we have played now for 5 hours, right? And you would think that after playing for 5 hours, you're actually going to end up with more money than less money, right? But we don't. We end up with less money. Sell your legendary seals. I could, but I can make money different, so I'm not too worried. Making money is really easy. So if I want to make funds, right? If I want to improve my funds, I join a gold reserve dungeon in Torment 12. Torment 12 is important. In case you didn't know this, we have a video on this topic too, in case you missed it. And then we're just rushing through and see, like, we're currently at 322 million, and this one is now 328. So just from that one box, right? And then we go on. And since we don't have to face anything, like, I can just lunatic through. So next to Roderick chest, on we go. So that's now 334 million. And free, you know, you get the drift, right? I guess you understand how easy it is. Like, once you have the right dungeon and the right movement here, all becomes quite simple. And then he didn't find any more Roderick chests because it's a goddamn Nahantu dungeon. Highly recommend doing these dungeons, like, if it's not Nahantu. Because the problem with Nahantu is that Nahantu's big and convoluted. But the helmets last night is pretty cool, isn't it? I mean, the highest we've done now is 700 billion damage. Which is kind of crazy, I feel. I mean, the only thing I now want for this build is... Oh, split video again. Thank you. The only thing I now want for this build is my... My lunatic tit for 1 trillion. Might be asked, but are you now just focused grinding mats, gems, or war plan levels? I just do everything, a little bit of everything, left, right, and center. But mostly I farm war plan. So if I actually play, right? If I'm not fucking around and finding out and doing shit, then it's war plans. Every single time. Okay? Because I just don't have, like, any... What am I supposed to do, like, otherwise? Right? I could just bang my head against... I could bang my head against the tower wall, but that's no fun because I can actually get insane amounts of mats and everything when I do play the thingy. Right? Zeverin, thank you for the gifted sub. Bearded Dad Gaming, thank you for the Prime support. Elm also, appreciate it. Hope you're all enjoying yourself, chat. So we did 3 builds today, in case you missed it, chat. We did the Abyssal Chain build, which hits for trillions. It's kind of powerful. We did the Hell Fracture build, and now we're doing the Lunatic. All of them are kind of amazing. Gotta say that from a gameplay perspective, probably the Lunatic right now has been the best one to play because it's just like the least inputs for the most damage. I mean, as you can see, I'm just sitting here and the damage we're outputting is just truly outrageous for spamming a basic skill, right? I mean, that's 800 billion damage with a basic skill on a Torment 12 boss. I mean, here, let's do the... Let's do stash space holding up. It's not good, boss. It's not good. But I can kick a lot out, so my stash space is pretty much really full from being my first Warlock stash space, if that makes sense. Because obviously I just had like I had to learn all the ins and outs of what's good on Warlock, what's bad on Warlock. So obviously I have a lot of shit just flying around there where I shouldn't. Right, I'm literally keeping here all of these too. Okay, we're going to go to Torment 10, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to throw our little Lunatic here at what happens when basic skill beats Mephisto. Fun part is that we don't have this maxed yet, right? So our gloves could get way more damage. Our other ring could be better. Look, Mom! No hands! The moment Mephisto is like, oh no, lunatics! Ah! 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 And he's like, oh, choking on them because they're all like trying to jump into his mouth.
So be it. You want the truth of what I am. Let all illusions burn from your eyes.
Like I had beat him. Oh, we haven't beaten him already a couple of times in different builds. Whee! Dude, do you see the damage he just took there, chat? Oh, Oh, that was it? Chat, that was the phase already? Okay. He's just getting torn 859 billion. Let's go. Whee! Whee! Oh no, I just got hit there. This is where you usually die. So the tip for the final part, Johnny, where you die, is just wait until he does one time, because he does a shotgun skill where he shoots like forward the balls of red doom, right? And once he has that shotgun skill done, you're like good to go. You just unless your damage. Alternative, you gotta work on having him primed for stun, that when he comes out of the face there, you pretty much instantly get him stunned, and then he would just die. I guess we can all agree on that this works. I mean, this works. Oh, shout out to Voodoo Joe for this, guys. He did it on hardcore, and we're currently making a softcore version of this. So thank you, Voodoo, for inspiring. Good creator over at Maxroll Chat. He does cool hardcore stuff. But the problem is because it's hardcore builds, he needs to do certain things that we don't need to do in softcore, right? You can always play a build a bit more ballsy. A bit more no fucks given. Because you don't have to accommodate for what if I die. Because what if I die, right? Who cares? Yep, that was already phase number 2 again. What if I die? Then I'm dead, right? Who cares? I wonder if it would be opportune to like put a bunch of wretches down here, because if I have all these wretches out, I can't actually die. See, this is the shotgun we were talking about, so let him do the shotgun and then it's over. But once you avoid the shotgun, it's good. You are having apocalypse, but you're not doing enough damage. The reason you're not doing enough damage is because you're focusing on one multiplier. So all your gear probably has crit damage multiplier on it, but you're missing vulnerable damage multiplier and the others. So what you optimally would like to have is a mix of all the multipliers, because they multiply with each other, but the multipliers in one class, they add with each other. So crit adds with crit, vuln adds with vuln, but vuln multiplies with crit, and shadow damage with, and so on, right? And if you once start like mixing the multipliers, it goes crazy. I hope that made any sense to you. Dude, we just lunatic out of his shit. Okay, chat. Go, go, go. Basic skill booming. Let's go, 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 go. Faster, faster, faster. You're trying to hit me? Meow, you can't hit me. Oh shit, he can. I'm sorry, chat. That was easy. Ladies and gentlemen, lunatics, let's go. I don't even have a key. Doesn't matter. Does crit multiply shadow? Yes, it does. So for damage, look at my ring. My ring here has all damage, vulnerable damage, and preferable also crit damage multiplier. My amulet has vulnerable damage and then all damage multiplier. My other ring has vulnerable damage, critical, all damage multiplier. Right? So these, they multiply under each other. My weapon has crit damage multiplier, physical damage multiplier. Because, again, works with each other. Optimally, I would not have crit damage multiplier here right now because I do actually not have a lot of crit, right? My critical strike chance is 22.5. If I wanted to really go crazy on this, I'd have to like get every single item piece here with critical strike chance as well to kind of get it to somewhere where it makes sense. See, I don't have a crux. Bad face. How you turn them vulnerable? Wolves. You have the here. Summon Spirit Wolf Companions. Let's do a pit 115, ladies and gentlemen. Just for the YOLOs. The only thing we're really missing is something to pull them all together. Okay, whoever's doing like this like absolutely obnoxious fire damage in there, I hope you die. See, if we had a way like of pulling them all together, that would be amazing. But look at how simple this is though for a pit 115. I guess, you know what would be great? A wild bold aspect. Pull them together. do we have to say about that, chat? Yeah? Life's calling? Yeah. I had to save the family. All good. Tiny humans not doing tiny human things. Let's do that pit 115. What we gotta consider is now to kick this one out. So I wanted to throw the rampage out because I'm just not using it. Okay? I'm not using it. So I might as well just go for Blazing Scream. And have the Blazing Scream rotate around me. So that I just have another Greater Demon. Because the Greater Demon is more damage. Like I'm not jumping, right? I'm running. Because I want to. The only problem we'll have from this is that we're burning ourselves with this Hellfire skill. Probably. 800 billion? Crazy part is that we see like in between these white crates, but probably the highest damage is anyway. You see the crates in between, right? But the white damage is probably the highest, anyways. Whee!
Curse this place. I'm being followed.
We could technically replace the demon form for the apocalypse sigil to increase our damage by 100%, but I think it was only for cold skills, right? Block build is your favorite. Honestly, my absolute favorite is still the Tiniest Grasp because it's just so fun to play. But this one here is really doing something to me. But it's just the mere fact that I can use basic skills for stupidity. Right? I mean, like using your basic skill and having like this travel form is kind of funny. And we're doing a pit 115 here, ladies and gentlemen, with a stupid basic skill build, while we're incredibly tanky and not able to die. You know? Sato, isn't Seer's Reach fixed? I'm pretty sure Seer's Reach is fixed now. Also, I didn't talk about Seer's Reach in my latest YouTube video because no promoting exploits. Okay. It's not? I thought I saw a hotfix where it was in. Might have been mistaken. Whee! So what do you think, like, chat? Without a basic skill, still fun and worth it? Or a basic skill without a travel skill? Or do you need the rampage? How do you personally feel about it? Do you need the rampage? You cool without the rampage? I mean, I'm just standing, by the way, here right in the middle, and I'm just holding down my right mouse button, and we're pretty much almost not dying. What's your Legion Bombardment build? The problem with the Legion Bombardment build is that it's functionally limited by a bug, and it needs a hotfix to actually go further. So that is an actual real problem of the build. Oh no, the Butcher again. Wait, no, that wasn't the Butcher. Sorry. I thought we were having the Butcher another time. I've had 3 pits already be aborted due to the Butcher. Not funny. Kinda annoying. Okay, let's see, Mr. Snake Man. Okay, summon as many wretches as you can in between. Because more wretches, more DPS. What's the highest damage number we've seen, chat? Problem is, like, we get a turn of like these crits and just have the white numbers be big because they're just like every single hit is like billions, tiny billions, right? But still billions. Oh, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, pit 115 down. Whoop whoop. Kind of whack. What do you call this build? Oh, this is a lunatic build. By the way, we probably should here recycle this unique, right? No, not recycle here unique power reroll until we have this at 340, right? $332. I'll take it. Oh, by the way, I just noticed that we're missing life here. And the life, because we're like, so we're sitting here at 39,000 life, okay? Just in case you missed that. And every more life that we're getting, which is actually quite significant, how much more life you could be getting, right? Especially if we hit the higher temper here, which we're not, but it's fine. Then we're like, this is 42, right? And that's 3% more damage. And if we turn into demon form, that's even more life. So it's kind of good. Yeah, I am content with what we have put together here. The only thing, I'd like to have better gloves, right? So I'm unhappy with the gloves that we're running. My thingy is full. Everything is full. Chat, everything is full. So instead of making builds, you know what I'm gonna do tonight? I'm just gonna sit down and I'm going to have to clear out my whole stash. I have no other choice. I mean, the family's gone right now. They actually went for a for painting ceramics thingy. So we get that. Let's kill 2-3 more Griggs to see if we can actually get what we're looking for. As your loot filter work with all these colors, it just makes all ancestral items red and specific ancestral items purple. So I don't miss stuff. Poor Grigawa. We could try to do Belial for the gloves. But the problem is that Belial is most likely not going to give us what we're looking for, right? I mean, probably getting like these, the Paingorger gauntlets. Okay, that's attack speed and crit chance. Almost good. The problem is I'd like to have some multipliers on it, right? The Soul Shard Demon doesn't look there. The Soul Shard thing, the Soul Shard Demon summons all the other Soul Shard Demons. That's why he's here. That's why you want him. Because then like when all the Soul Shard Demons are together, then you're summoning the Spirit Force. And you win. Crazy when you're doing like 71 billion like normal damage. You know what? Let me turn off all my normal damage and just show those random crits that we're dealing. So we're not dealing many crits. That means if we deal any crit, it's always going to be a big crit, right? Here's this. Oh, this is just tier 10 Nero, because after tier 10, the enemies don't drop more, right? Pain G's. Did I have more? How many do I have now? Pain Gorgers. Yeah, I got 3. So we're gonna take these 3 and smash them together. Attack speed. Wow. I mean, more attack speed than my other ones, but still not good. Kind of makes this whole sad. Okay, how many more keys do I have, ladies and gentlemen? 39 more. Jeez, when did I get 39 more? Is there a video with the setup for this build? No, not yet. But we might make one more today. Haven't decided yet. I kind of like want to push this a bit further, but I think I mean we're almost at 1 trillion damage per lunatic hitting, so we're just like need a bit more scaling. Like if these gloves, if I could get the gloves in greater affixed, right, and with an actual damage multiplier on, then we would instantly be sitting on a trillion damage. Damage over time multiplier and all damage multiplier. Damn. Why does it have to be damage over time multiplier? I mean, I could probably lose 5% attack speed for this, considering that we're at 45%. I guess. I mean, the more attack speed, the better, as you might notice in this build, right? So you optimally want to have the 100% attack speed going on. I mean, the good thing is that we get stacking attack speed, so we're actually sitting at, I think if I have everything going, we gotta look how high this goes. Vulnerable damage and all damage multiplier. Let's go, chat. See, this is what we're talking about. So when we go like all out, we're sitting at 100% attack speed bonus actually. Okay, that's good. I mean, the thing is that 100% attack speed bonus doesn't mean 100% attack speed bonus, because that's not like how that works. But yeah, that's not how that works. Because there's more than 100% attack speed. Okay.
Mainlander, what brings you? That's it for that piece.
Okay, we got this one. Gonna get the damage per overpower stack. And since he's 850, it can only be up to 10. 9. Now we can masterwork it at least. Not the willpower. Vulnerable damage multiplier. And we could do the... I can't do the unique power reroll on a lower item. So are you telling me I just get a vulnerable damage multiplier to lose 125% bonus damage anyways? Okay, let's see if we can do the trillion damage against Belial, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready? Trillion or quadrillion, doesn't matter if the class is clunky. I mean, if you still think Warlock is clunky, then you're just playing the Warlock wrong. He's anything but clunky. How do I have dominance regenerated? Your actual fallen that are hitting are regenerating your dominance.
What is reality?
868. 943, ladies and gentlemen. A trillion! Let's go! A 1.1 trillion! Woo, 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 woo! We did it, ladies and gentlemen. I can die now. I'm happy. This is perfect. Good. Awesome. Thank you very much. This is everything we wanted. We're content. We did it. We brought it up to 1 trillion. The build is not perfect, as you can see. We're missing 25% here. We're missing the greater affix rolls. We're missing the more maximum life for the bigger multipliers, right? Our amulet has critical strike chance, but should rather have another multiplier to whatever damage. So there is still a lot to weasel out, right? This ring has to be replaced completely because the critical strike damage multiplier, this should be attack speed. That would be better too for attack speed cap 2. Our weapon should have all damage multiplier instead of critical strike damage multiplier. Ladies and gentlemen. It's looking very good. The fun part is we saw the trillion crit damage, right? But we only have actually, like here, our critical strike damage is not the craziest. So we're good about that. What we definitely have to do is we have to kick this one out because we're currently play the Wrath for more critical strike damage. But why would we even play that when we're not really getting that out there? So we'd rather play, I don't know, something that stacks our other damage better. And might it just be a simple thing like here, Headhunter with damage versus elites, right? Could probably get something out of this. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming, watching, lurking, chatting, hanging out. I am done for today. I'll be back tomorrow, and we will start with a Druid. The plan is the boulder Druid with exploding boulders. We will have the Fallen build for you fully maxed out. And I'll be making a video explaining everything. That being said, we're done for tonight. This was amazing. I had so much fun. I'm going to put the VOD live. There's also the Hell Fracture build in and the Chains build where we'll be whipping around Umbral Chains doing trillions of damage, which was really cool. But I got to say that I have been having way more fun with the Lunatic build right now, especially because of the mobility. Therefore, thank you for coming. Take care. See you all tomorrow. Can't wait. Also, Kadir, thank you for the 2 gifted. I completely missed that. Kadir, I'm a terrible person. Apologize.